Greetings, everybody, and welcome! Thank you all so much for coming to join me for some more Wild Arms 3. And before anything else, Kegarin. My gosh, Kegarin, thank you for the raid. Greetings, everyone coming in with Kegarin. Thank you all so much. I really, really appreciate that. And now I have to try to remember where we left off. But actually, the intro will help. Oh, okay, so we're at Gunner's Heaven. Oh, that's right! Okay, I was gonna say, I think we might have ended up here a little bit out of order, but actually, I now seem to recall that we found our way here only partly by accident after getting the Sandcraft, and I think we did complete the... We can check, actually. I'm pretty sure we completed the Novice League. Yeah, we did. Okay, because Journeyman wouldn't be unlocked otherwise. No problem, Kegarin. Thank you for even sticking around for the rest of the pre-stream. I'm sorry I made you wait. 9 hours? Kegarin, look at you go. You're gonna be a pro streamer in no time at this rate, dude. I am so proud of you. You're doing such a fantastic job. And I should have done this a little bit earlier, but... Guys, please, go follow my friend Kegarin here. He is a great guy and a fellow German. And if you like Monster Hunter, then you're really going to enjoy his streams. Please, go drop by his channel sometime. Oh, gotcha, Kegarin. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing a little bit better now. But please, go get some rest, Kegarin. I'll catch you next time, and, I want to make sure that you're taking proper care of yourself, so go get dinner, go sleep, and we'll catch up another time. In the meantime, who else is here? Lord Louise, Floofin, Red Angel, Dolo, Drax, Tremor. And it looks like a few people came in with Kegarin. Fira Deviant. Oh, Zorza, you're here too. Excellent. Koshiro Unohana? Orochi's day off. I remember you. I'm glad to see you again. Thanks for stopping back in. All right. Andrake Alond, hello and welcome. Well then. I believe it's all starting to come back to me. I believe that I think we tried the Journeyman League and discovered that we are not quite ready for the Journeyman League yet. I had forgotten that they really, in this game, especially with the arena, they go out of their way to make darn sure that you're not able to sequence break any of the game content that requires combat. Like in some other games, you can get away with cheesing your way through really tough battles using items, but not in this game. They really have a very hard minimum requirement of levels for you to be able to have any hope of defeating certain enemies. And that's especially the case in the arena. Drax, let's see. What's the best position to put your PS5 in for proper airflow and cooling? Trying to set yours up now and you're getting different answers. Okay, so Drax, number one, you need it to be vertical. And you also want to make sure that it's in an area where there's at least decent ventilation or airflow. I'm tempted to tell you to put it near a window, but you don't want to put it too close to a window because then if it rains, then you risk rain coming in the window and getting on your PS5, and you don't want to have to buy a new PS5 or a new house if that starts a fire. So the way that I have mine set up is, mine is set up in a corner of my room, vertically, but it's in an area where there's a lot of airflow, and I have a fan running in my office all of the time when I'm streaming, partly for ventilation and partly just so that I don't burn to death from all of the heat from my electronics, which are considerable. They generate a lot of heat. I've got a lot of electronics running in here. That is also a consideration, Rando, if you're on the first floor, or if you live in a neighborhood where there are supervillains with the ability to fly or climb walls. On top of a cabinet under an AC duct. As long as it's not too close to the ceiling, Drax, then yeah, that's fine. If you've got an air conditioner blowing cold air on your PS5, I would say that's probably just about ideal. My bones, little water. I'm old. So yeah, Drax, underneath an AC duct, if it's an AC blower duct, like if it's blowing cold air, then yeah, that's great. If it's an AC exhaust duct, you might want to find another place. Oh, okay, then that's fine, Drax. As long as it's in a reasonably open area with decent ventilation, the main thing that you want to be careful of is you don't want to enclose it. Because if you enclose it, then it's going to just suck back in all of the hot air that it exhausts out, and just continually reheat that air and heat it and heat it and heat it. And without ventilation or air exchange, eventually the unit will overheat. So as long as it's got fresh air coming in and it's not intaking its own exhaust, you're going to be fine. Drax, that's a little bit less than optimal, but the important thing is, if your PS5 is standing vertically, the sides where the white plates are, those aren't where the intake or exhaust ducts are. The ducts are on the black part that's on the front and the back. So what's important there is that the front and the back of the console are unobstructed. If there's stuff to the sides, that's not really as big a deal, unless the stuff is close enough that it's creating an insulation effect. But you want to make sure there's at least a foot of space behind the console for the hot air that it exhausts to be properly blown a decent distance from the console. And you want to make sure that there's nothing in front of the console, because that's where the air intakes are. And you want to make sure that the intakes are unobstructed and that they're intaking reasonably cool air. Oh, Drax, that was incredibly kind of him. And yes, you are very lucky. Congratulations. I'm glad you were able to get your hands on one. And I hope that that advice was helpful. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much in general, Drax, because it's under warranty at the moment. But that doesn't mean you should put it under any unnecessary stress. Oh, I meant manufacturer warranty, Drax, but that works too. No, it's fine, Drax. That's one of the many things that I'm here for. And it's not like I would really be able to focus on the game answering an involved question like that anyway. You know me. Alright, but I think we've actually done everything here that we possibly can for the moment. And that being the case, I'm pretty sure we can leave. No worries, Drax. I'm glad to lend a hand. I do want to check around Gunner's Heaven because I think there might have been a little more here. Okay, this is the way we came from because we were following the tracks. Alright, hang on a minute. Because there was one other thing I wanted to do while we were here, which was to get my hands on another Dark Ring if we can. Apparently you can steal these from the Black Buzzards a little bit further down the tracks in the opposite direction. And I think we have 3 of them by now. Okay, Virginia has Light Ward and Dark Ward. Jet has Light Ward and Dark Ward. Gallows has Light Ward and Dark Ward. And Clive has Light Ward, but not Dark Ward, which means we need 1 more Dark Ring. I want to have 5, because if I have the extra one, then we'll have an option that Virginia can use via Mystic to give party members a Dark Elemental gun attack, and physical attack for that matter, which is very useful during certain boss fights. And if we just use this one right now, then we won't have access to it for use with Mystic. Also, I didn't realize we got quite that many warp stars, but actually, that's potentially an easy way to get back to town, because those warp you to a previously visited train station, which means we can skip the whole walk back if we use one. Well, actually, Lord Louise, we have plenty of full carrots left, fortunately. And actually... Oh, figures, we can't... Oh, you know what? What we can do is, we can summon Aqua Wisp. Farthrax! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back! I know, the time really does fly, doesn't it? Well, there they go. Oh, and a dragon fossil. Very good. What I want to check is how much the warp stars can be sold for, because if they sell for a decent amount of money, then we do not by any means need 71 of them. I don't see them in here. Can they just not be sold? Am I blind? I don't see them in this list. I guess we can't sell them. Well, that's a pain. Yeah, I guess we can't sell them. Warp Stars, Ultima. Well, that's a disappointment, but I suppose it was too much to hope for. Right, now I need to find my way back to the... I want to say it was over here? Where we can run into... Not these guys. There we go. I guess they must have, Rando. I guess there's some kind of warp star mafia. Okay, I think it was over here. No, we haven't gone far enough, apparently. Nice crit. What have we here? Okay. I'll take it. The dragon fossils are definitely helpful. They will definitely go a long way toward... enabling us to improve the sandcraft. Actually. It is terrifying, Ultima. Especially when the sand behaves like water. Okay, and a Gimmel coin. Oh, Clemps, what are you doing? Clemps, thank you so much for the raid. It's great to see you. How's it going, Clemps? Oh boy, hello rats, welcome. Guys, I'm pretty sure you all know Clemps by now, but in the unlikely event that you somehow managed to miss one of his multitude of raids, please go follow that gentleman. He is the greatest. Thank you so much, Clemps. I seriously, seriously appreciate that. No problem. Enjoy your bath, and congrats on getting to the last little bit of FF10 too. I genuinely hope that the... Well, I mean, the game hasn't driven you away yet, so you should be fine to go through the last little bit toward the end. Thank you again for the raid, Clemps. I truly appreciate it. And have a great evening. It's always good to see you. I imagine it has. FF10-2 usually is. Yeah, Hidden Boss, it is. FF10-2 is known for a number of things, but a good story is not one of those things. Now I need to figure out... I think we came through here, actually. I want to say we did. Yeah, okay, we definitely did. Because there's this forest here. Yes, okay, we should be able to run into the enemy I'm looking for here. Get counterattacked, loser. Alright, I think it shouldn't be that much farther. I want to say we were running into them somewhere around here. Oh no, Vera, that's terrible. Okay, yes, here's the enemy we're looking for. The black buzzards. So we need to steal from these guys. Actually, not that Gallows probably needs it, but... And fortunately, since 3 of us now have Dark Ward, Screaming Mad will no longer have any effect. Let's see if we can put these guys to sleep. Ah! And they're not grouped, so we can't use multi-pickpocket on them. Of course it misses. Oh, Clive's the only one who doesn't have dark protection. That's right. Well, I guess we just keep spamming pickpocket and sleep. Oh, and of course now they're just all going for Clive. Fortunately, we only need one more Dark Ring and then we're good to go. So hopefully we won't be here too long. On the other hand, stealing is always a pain. Fortunately, though, this time we're not short on healing items. And we can always go back and get more if need be. Ultima, I imagine, probably pretty bitter. Because anything medicinal usually tastes terrible, right? Lord Louise, that probably is one of the worst ones. Ugh. Come on, Gallows. Ugh. I really wish that on the scan screen Oh, finally, we got it working. I wish that on the scan screen it would tell you which enemies are immune to which status ailments. Okay, well, we got a potion berry from that one. Ultima, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Well, hopefully this one will have the Dark Ring. Oh, good, and we got that one too with sleep, finally. Shinobi, this is Wild Arms 3, but this is the PS4 port of Wild Arms 3, which I am playing on a PS5. And I have a sinking feeling this might take a little longer. I swear the player version of this spell has like a 20% success rate. Traditional enough, Shinobi, yeah. The battle system is turn-based, but it's a somewhat different kind of turn-based battle system than other JRPGs. With this one, the turn order is determined by your speed stat, which is called Reflex. But it's not an active time battle system. You enter your commands at the beginning of the turn, and then each command takes place either according to the order of each character's speed, or you can manually assign your characters a different turn order on a per-turn basis. And you make certain sacrifices in order to do that, but there are also certain benefits to it. Did I say PS3, Dolo? I'm sorry. Oh, good, there's that Dark Ring. Perfect. Well, then. Gatling go brrrr. All right. First things first, now that we got that, we want to save. And... now that we have this, we are protected from the two, by far the two most common attack elements in the game as far as enemies use them. Okay, so Clive needs Dark Ward, which means we need to put that on either Gale Claw or Fiery Rage. Gale Claw is full, so Fiery Rage it is. Alright. And now we need to... Guess we need to reassign some stuff, huh? As much as I like counterattack... Okay. So, whoops. We need Light Ward and Dark Ward. Those two are important. Then we need counterattack, and we need critical hit. And then we'll just put all the rest of his additional points for the next few levels into critical hit, and we'll get back to full. So now, Clive is fully protected against light and dark. Gallows has a fair way to go before we can spare the points for him, because unfortunately, in Gallows' case, we need him to have all of this stuff for defensive purposes and for tanking. And then, when we have the extra points to put into Light and Dark Ward, we will devote those as they become available. But now at least everyone has access to the skills Light Ward and Dark Ward, and that's the most important thing. Because there are some upcoming bosses, even some upcoming optional super bosses, in fact, that just become nullified. They get completely and utterly invalidated in terms of difficulty if you have the ability to block light and dark elemental damage. Red Angel, SOS Invisible is a very underrated skill that can actually save you in a pinch, and there are, in fact, certain strats that revolve around using it. And that is, SOS Invisible, where... Okay, there it is. And I want to have Gallows activate that as soon as possible, but basically, when your HP is in the red, which I think in this game is 20% of your total HP or less, your character starts to flash, and at that point, they become completely immune to physical attacks. And I believe that's done through at least one, possibly two mechanisms, if memory serves. It's been a while, but I believe one of those mechanisms is if they do get hit with a physical attack that's an area of effect, they take 0 damage. But I believe that the primary mechanic for this skill is that they become untargetable to enemies with single target physical attacks while this skill is in effect. But I'm pretty sure that it also gives them invulnerability to physicals if they get hit by a physical AoE. I want to say 75% sure of that. Gamma-kun, the 4 characters that we have now are the only playable ones. But there are some goofy NPC battles where you sort of have NPCs doing other things besides attacking you. And then there are also battles where you're fighting either on horseback or in a vehicle. So, you're not exclusively just using your 4 main characters to fight. And I'll actually be able to demonstrate that in a few minutes when we get back to our sandcraft. Because, that's... I've never played Bravely Default, Gamma-kun, but I'm guessing that, you take my meaning, so probably, yes. Alright, let me just grab a little bit of tea here, and then we'll get going. Okay. Oh, Red Angel, I am working my way through a 1-pound bag of Earl Grey. It just happens that that was on sale the last time I ordered it, and I decided to get a large amount at the sale price rather than get a small amount at the sale price and then keep rebuying it at full cost. We actually do have a command for that. But, oh, okay, Drax, have a good one. Enjoy your dinner, and, hopefully we'll catch you a little bit later. Let me just, so Red, if you're curious as to what tea I have on any given day... That's how you can find out. All right, then. No worries, Red Angel. All right, and now that we've got everything we need from over here... Actually, I think we're pretty close to where we left the Sandcraft, so... Yeah, the background music was composed by Michiko Naruke, who did the music, in fact, for the entire Wild Arms series, or almost all of it. There we go. So, there's the Sandcraft. And... it's over here. I don't remember this. Ah, blast it. Ah! I didn't mean to wait again. Urgh. Okay, we want to get the speed boost on our gunner. And we want to feint and pursue the target. And we want to fire the main gun. Not bad. That is a substantial amount of damage, actually. Move to an advantageous position again. And fire. Hello, Monotone. Welcome. Okay, so we'll charge FP. We'll charge FP. We will assist piloting on the helmswoman. How are you doing, Monotone? Good to see you. And let's give them everything we've got. Nice! Very good. We got them. Of course, the rewards are garbage, but... Oh, I think this might be a thing we have to do later with another vehicle. Congratulations, Monotone! That's awesome! You finalized it, huh? Full tuition coverage! I'm so happy for you, Monotone. That's incredible. So, you're getting the full ride. They're covering all your tuition and giving you a living stipend, are they? To see what enemies are over here, because it might be that there's something valuable to be obtained. Oh, okay, maybe not. Kobold and Grabsk. No, Echo Drop, it's a hovercraft that's designed to travel on sand. Fantastic, Monotone. I'm so glad. Yeah, the stipend will definitely be nice for, living allowances. I'm really happy for you. That's awesome, Monotone. Alright, we know what the kobolds do. What about the grabby grabs? Ah, get countered, idiot. Antarctica, Canada, and Hawaii. That's incredible, Monotone. I'm so happy for you. Genuinely, man, that's awesome. I think these guys are weak against water. They are not weak against water. Maybe it was wind. Matter of fact, I think it was wind, which I now don't have. I think actually Clive has that. All right, good luck, Monotone. Even that barely scratches him. That, on the other hand... I guess we didn't properly scan them either. Alright then, so now we can... Now let's see what we can steal from this thing. Oh, it actually worked. Amazing. Or did it? No, it looks like this thing might be immune. No, it's not. The Z's are just, way above its head. Which I guess must have to do with the overall hitbox of its character model or something. Oh, I never noticed about these things that they're basically, the palm of the hand is like a mouth. That's interesting and kind of creepy. Oh, it's already a... Okay, I couldn't see the Z's. Okay, now it's no longer asleep. Huh. Which one's Lord Louise? I'm trying to remember the one you might be talking about. Hand enemies in Dark Souls 2. Oh, like in Black Gulch. Okay, Lord Louise. Yes, you're absolutely right. I know the ones you're talking about. Yeah, Haretsu, or the hand things in DS3. Yeah, I guess there are similar enemies in both games now that you mention it. Oh, a mini carrot. Okay. Uh, 770. Weak against lightning. Actually, I think that worked out just fine. Gallows can... Gallows can summon Chapapanga. And if that isn't enough, then we'll throw him a full carrot. And he can do it again! Ha! Haretsu, I hardly need to check them. Oh, 154, not bad, okay. That's more damage than I was expecting to do. Hello, nobleman, welcome! Oh, and we got another Basilard! Alright, awesome. Well, in that case... I guess we have enough to give Jet power cancel. Awesome. Well, I'm actually glad we came out here. So this island... Okay, you know what? What we're going to do is we're going to use a warp star. We're going to warp to Midland Station. And I believe this also brings the Sandcraft, if I remember correctly. Yes, it does. Okay, the Sandcraft is at Jolly Roger. And now we can go check the secret garden, because we almost certainly have some produce waiting for us. Indeed we do. And now we can go rest at Basker Village. And then I think we should be good to go for more exploring. There we are. And honestly, maybe while we're here, we rest a bunch more times and max out our mini carrot harvest, or full carrot harvest, and then switch over to a different crop. Because I feel like we don't go through full carrots all that quickly. Honestly, Echo Drop, I'm surprised there isn't some kind of daikon or a more Japanese vegetable that you can cultivate in this game, considering who made it. I'm also kind of surprised that the carrots aren't some kind of food for the horses. But I'm thinking we max out full carrots, and then we start harvesting some mini carrots as well, because I do occasionally use those when a full carrot would end up being a little bit too wasteful. And then after that, I think maybe some potion berries. Well, Haretsu, that's a good thought, but the carrot icon is not quite daikon-shaped. Mind you, it's not far off, but not quite. Let's go through just a few cycles of sleeping here, and then we'll head back to the garden and switch crops. I mean, we're already halfway to 99 surplus full carrots, so it won't be such a terrible process to get there, and then mini carrots won't take as long. They grow much more quickly. Well, Haretsu, you joke, but actually that's very well put. Early localizations were pretty lawless. How did they miss what, Hidden Boss? Haretsu, I kind of feel like nobody bats an eyelash at us. I get the impression, I mean, the Baskers are pretty laid-back folks themselves, I get the impression. Hidden Boss, I don't think that this was overlooked. I think this was intentional. Because they went out of their way to develop a mechanic for the passage of time where sleeping in a bed is by far the most effective way to pass time. And that mechanic pretty much only exists to create a sense of somewhat realistic growth and harvesting of vegetables at the garden. There's no other place in the game where that mechanic is used. The garden is the only thing that it affects. Like, it literally exists only for the cultivation mechanic. So I have to think that it was intentional, that they intended for players to just spam sleep in order to get their vegetables to grow. Hey, Riceland, welcome, good to see you. No, as much as I enjoy those streams and as much fun as they've proven to be, they take a lot out of my voice. And I would really like to not lose my voice completely. Yeah, thank you, Ricelin. I appreciate it. No worries. Couple more, and then I think we'll be good to go. Alright, well, Hidden Boss, we're very lucky in that regard, because, since we are the main characters of this universe, the plot will not move along, and the villains will not proceed with their plans until or unless we see fit to allow them to do so. Like, they're basically stuck waiting around for us to act before they can act. Aw, Ricelin. I'm sure she was just teasing you. I'm sure she was just taking the piss, Ricelin. As you Brits say. But genuinely, I hope that it was at least a little bit useful to you, Ricelin. I hope that there was something worthwhile that you were able to take away from it, besides just lol British food. Because I feel like I might have gone a little bit too hard on the jabs at British food. I always feel guilty, even when I'm doing something that most other people would consider a harmless joke at somebody else's expense. I always worry about going too far with that, because I'm not too good at measuring those limits. So I tend to err on the side of safety as a matter of course. Alright, that ought to do. Okay, Ricelin, I'm glad and relieved to hear that. Now that should put us at 99 full carrots in surplus, or close to it. And once we're done with the mini carrots, we can then move on to healing items. Well, Lucky Drop, there's a movement in the UK that is gaining ground, whose goal is to basically to improve British food, and not only that, but to improve the reputation of British food, right? Because it has that reputation for a reason, but the reputation itself is not helping things. So there's a movement among some British food vendors and professional chefs to start using more like domestic ingredients, such as shellfish harvested from the oceans around Ireland and Scotland, and you know, poultry and local cheeses and whatnot, and using those ingredients to basically to bring British food back to a level where it's competitive with international cuisine in terms of anybody's willingness to eat it, right? Because right now, the best domestic food that the UK has going for it is stuff like the Cornish pasty. And they've got a few diamonds in the rough, I will say, but most of it is rough. So there are some people over there who are acutely and painfully aware of that, and they are trying to change it. And their efforts are beginning to make a bit of a difference. Like, you're seeing a little bit more nowadays fresh, for example, scallops and crab and various other kinds of shellfish that are being fished locally, you know, in UK territorial waters and sold domestically on the UK market. And those are being used for... Hey, Rajmir, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yep, we're at 99 now. Excellent. Those are being used in domestic restaurants in the UK by chefs who are trying to do something a little bit better than just deep-fried everything. Because other than that, most of the good food in the UK comes from other countries or cultures, right? We're talking about curry or... well, really, I guess curry. What else? I guess there's some street food, like, kebabs. But other than that, I mean, domestic British food right now is, it's in a recovery period, I would say, Echo Drop. Ouch, warrior. Well, no, nobleman, that wasn't a jab. That was an honest evaluation and a genuine summary of the state of food in the UK right now. Well, Echo Drop, that's what German food always gets stereotyped as, right? Hello, amateur, welcome. And it looks like I should also say welcome home. Yeah, Lord Louise, there are a few that are okay, but there are considerably fewer that are like, yes, I want to eat this a few times a week, you know? Well, no, Riceland, if I thought it were all hot garbage, I would say so. I wouldn't mince my words. I think you guys know by now that I'm not generally one to hold back when I have criticism. But, Echo Drop, that's not the case, really. German food is far more diverse than just sausage, potatoes, and sauerkraut. That's our reputation, right? That's the stereotype. And for the same reason that British food now is stereotyped as all being just cod and chips or curry, there is more to British food than just that. There are some genuinely really good cheeses that come out of Wales and Ireland. And Ireland is famous, actually, for its dairy products. It's famous for its butter. It's famous for a couple of other things. I mean, I don't know if you count beer, but the UK is definitely famous for some of its alcohol. But as far as German food, it is really diverse, Echo Drop. We do have a lot of vegetable dishes. We do have certainly plenty of meat dishes. But believe it or not, potatoes are not the only dish we eat here. Nor is cabbage. We have some pasta dishes. We've got plenty of non-potato vegetable dishes. And as a matter of fact, pickles are really popular in Germany. They have been for hundreds of years. And we actually... Hello, the Doctor. Welcome. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Echo Drop, nowadays, it is actually very common, and let me get you an image here. Let me just dig up an image. Oh, here we go. Perfect. In fact, we'll dig up a couple of images here so that I can illustrate a little bit better what these look like. But actually, growing your own vegetables is now a really popular thing in Germany, Echo Drop. And not just growing them for fun, but growing them actually for subsistence. There are, even in big cities, actually, we have what are called, what's called a Schrebergarten, which is like a small garden plot. Usually it's not more than about 5 meters by 4 meters or so. Let me get you an image of one here. We've got, so this is what a typical Schrebergarten looks like. And here is an image from slightly further away of a plot of these things in a city setting. So basically what it is there are these little plots of agricultural land that basically, they're not directly adjoining your own property, but you rent them. Or I think sometimes you can buy them and own them, depending upon where they are and what the landowner is willing to negotiate. But basically, if you live in the city in an apartment, you can basically rent or lease one of these plots that is in a separate location, and the plot is then yours to cultivate whatever vegetables you want. And typically it's in one of these fenced in areas with a bunch of other plots adjoining it, like in that second image there. And you just basically use that land to grow your vegetables. It usually comes with a little tool shed for storing all of your garden equipment. Sometimes it'll have a little place where you can set up a table and chairs and just kind of sit there. I think it's a really brilliant idea, and I think more countries should do this. Although using urban land is a little bit tricky in some places because of pollution. But in Germany, basically, you can rent one of these little plots for not all that much money, and you can just use it to grow your own vegetables. So, people who are retired or stay-at-home parents tend to enjoy doing that sort of thing as a way of, having a bit of a hobby, but also doing something that will help save the family some money and give them access to fresh produce when they might not be able to get it at a grocery store, or they might not want to have to pay what it costs at a grocery store. So, Using vegetables that are grown on these plots is very popular in Germany as well. People typically like to grow cucumbers or onions or tomatoes, and the gardens are particularly useful for if you're growing things that you can pickle. Because again, in Germany, we do really like our pickles, and cucumbers are very popular here, but we like pickled onions, pickled radish, all sorts of different pickled vegetables, and more and more nowadays you see people growing the vegetables that they use for pickling in their Schrebergarten. So there's a lot more to German cuisine, especially nowadays, than what the international community likes to stereotype. Anyway, I thought we were going to be doing a video game stream today. No, that's fine, Riceland. No need to apologize. Don't ever apologize for asking me a question. That's the whole purpose of streaming, right? What would my job be if not to be here to interact with chat and answer questions? You want a family recipe for chicken or salad? Riceland, I'm going to need you to clarify something for me. When you say a family recipe, are you talking about a recipe that is suitable to be prepared by a family together as a family activity? Or are you asking for a recipe that is family friendly in terms of its flavor and its ingredients? Oh, Christ, Echo Drop. Get out. Simple and tasty for 4 on the Eastern/Asian side of things. Well, Riceland, taking into account that you are part of a British family, and I'm guessing that when you're asking for something for family friendly, you're probably asking for something that isn't too exotic or too unusual. You've got a few options. So you could go with a sweeter dish like teriyaki. Something that that doesn't go too crazy with the heat. Because teriyaki is basically a sweet dish. It's chicken in what essentially amounts to a sweet Asian sort of barbecue sauce. So there's that. That's always pretty safe. And usually chicken teriyaki is served with either rice or... well, usually rice, really. But you can serve it with other things as well. There's a... Alright, here. Let me just get you a couple of recipes, Riceland. There are also a couple of other mild chicken dishes that you find in other parts of the world. Like in Thailand, they have, teriyaki also refers to the sauce, Echo Drop, that's used on, chicken cooked in that way. Or at least it's come to be an international term for that sauce. In Japan, they might have a more specific word for it, but internationally, the type of sauce that's used for that dish is just referred to as teriyaki. Alright, let me dig up a couple of recipes for you. There are some variations of, like, skewered chicken in other parts of the world as well. Like in Thailand, they have like a peanut chicken. It has a name. I'm trying to remember what the name is. I'm drawing a blank on it. I'm sorry. Now let me get you a recipe for... Okay, this is baked. Yes, warrior satay. Thank you. Okay, so there's a recipe for baked teriyaki chicken, which isn't really properly teriyaki because the yaki part of teriyaki means grilled. And in Japan, typically it would be grilled over a special type of charcoal called binchotan. But like I said, internationally, teriyaki chicken refers to just the type of sauce that's used for it. Again, it has a more specific meaning in Japanese, but internationally, if you go to an Asian grocery store and you look for the kind of sauce that's typically used in this dish, the label will just say teriyaki sauce. Let me find you one more recipe that is not... Oh, actually, here's a recipe for a dessert that you might like. Here we go. Okay, Lord Louise, have a good one. Take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll catch you later. So there's that. And that'll be a recipe for like a pan-fried teriyaki chicken. There's no way that you're going to be able to grill this stuff over charcoal unless you actually have a charcoal grill at your house. But if you do have a charcoal grill, that would be the ideal way to prepare this stuff. So, let me just in case find you a recipe for... the charcoal grilled version, because this is as close as you're going to get to the authentic thing. Okay, there you go. As for the salad component, yes, you absolutely can. No, I do salad, Echo Drop. Just because I enjoy meat so much does not mean that I'm a proponent of exclusively using meat. And as it happens, Riceland, I have a, the perfect recommendation for a dressing to pair with that. Here. All right. So, if you're going to make a salad, there are a couple of things you're going to need. And let me just dig this up here. So, I imagine you probably want to keep it fairly simple. And if that is the case, there are a couple of things that you can do. Let me just dig up these links for you. So, first of all, if you want to do something that is a little bit more child-friendly, since I know you have a young daughter, what you can do... Hello, RLA, welcome! And this is more of like a fusion recipe than anything truly authentic. But, what you can do, Ricelin, is, you can make a sesame dressing that's kind of on the sweeter side, and some fusion places like to throw in mandarin orange wedges as a garnish and or a component of the dressing. So if you want to do something that your young daughter might be a little bit more willing to eat, that is one possible way of achieving that. And if you want to go for something a little bit simpler, and this is actually one of my favorites, this one is a cucumber salad. Japanese influenced, but again, not 100% authentic. So these are, once again, more tailored toward Western tastes, but with some fairly clear Asian influences. And here is a variation of the recipe for an Asian-style salad, but this one uses a dressing with sesame and ginger. So again, this dressing is going to be a little bit on the sweeter side, which, again, I think might work well for a family-friendly meal. And here's one that I think you might be able to get on board with as well. This is an Asian-style salad with prawns. I am a big fan of prawns, or really any kind of seafood. Now, here's the really special bit, Ricelin. If you want to make your own dressing for the salad, one of the best salad dressings I've ever had, Asian-inspired salad dressings, was basically a scallion dressing that used umeboshi vinegar that I had at a restaurant in the city of Great Barrington in Massachusetts, back in the United States. And this is a recipe for a very similar sort of dressing. Matter of fact, I might be able to... dig up the... menu for that place. Here we go. Okay, here it is, actually. So here's the menu for the restaurant. And the salad is the tofu seafood salad. That salad uses a dressing very similar to the one that I just linked. And that's where I first found out about that type of dressing. That's where I first had it. No problem checking for you. I'm glad to be able to help a little bit. Loquats jalapeno. Why? Did you suddenly find yourself in possession of a whole bunch of loquats? I don't think I have, Echo Drop, no. It does kind of stick in your head, Mihawk, doesn't it? Oh, and, Ricelin, let me give you the dessert recipe. This isn't really Asian, but it is family-friendly. Jalapeno, to be completely honest, there's not an awful lot in terms of really involved, complicated recipes for loquats. Loquats are a fruit, and so most of the recipes that you're going to see for loquats are dessert recipes, or else recipes for things like jams, or chutney, or pastries, or sometimes drinks. I will make a note of that, Echo Drop. Thank you for the suggestion. You have a lot of them. Well, Jalapeno, I hope you enjoy desserts. Matter of fact, I can give you a couple of different recipes for desserts that use loquat. I mean, I do like loquat. They're not bad. They're just, they're kind of a one-trick pony. Because they're so sweet, you're not going to tend to want to use them in tons of savory dishes. However, here's a really nice recipe, Jalapeno, for loquat upside-down cake. Hello, King Bronco. Welcome. Great to see you. And if you have developed a... If you've developed a taste for cheesecake, Jalapeno, then you might try this recipe for loquat cheesecake. But if you want to just do something really simple and basic, here is a recipe for loquat jam. How you doing, King Bronco? Good to see you. Get a way to export garlic to the EU, Mihawk? I didn't realize that was an issue over there. Yeah, ice cream is another possibility, Echo Drop. Although, he'd have to make his own. Because, I don't think loquat ice cream is commonly available in the United States. And I believe Jalapeno lives in the US. I think, right, Jalapeno? You do, okay. Oh, okay, Mihawk. I thought you were talking about, specifically garlic. Yeah, I'm aware of the general import restrictions on non-EU countries. Oh, Arizona, Jalapeno. My condolences. Ah, that's a nice long walk, King Bronco. I hope you're taking it easy and relaxing. And hello, Sam. Welcome. Good to see you. Ah, those are even trickier to use, Echo Drop. Those have a very, very different flavor profile. Although, it's funny you mention kumquats, Echo Drop, because I do occasionally remember having seen them at grocery stores on the East Coast, like at Stop and Shop. Sometimes you can get a little clamshell case of fresh kumquats. They're only really useful if you want some citrus zest, or if you're doing baking, because eating them fresh, they're unbearably sour underneath that skin. Although, the skin is quite nice. But I feel like it's kind of a shame to just buy a package of kumquats and eat the skin and throw away the rest. Alright, anyway. Riceland, does that help? Was that any use at all? Have I answered your question? Yeah, Echo Drop, I suppose you could use them as, like, a substitute for lemon juice in a salad dressing. I think you'd probably still want to at least add a little bit of sugar to that to cut the unbearable acidity from those. Candied kumquat probably would work a little bit better. Although I think if you're going to candy it, you would have to dehydrate it somehow first, which I guess you just do that in the oven. Oh, no, Riceland, it's totally okay. If I missed it, I don't mind if you post it again. I'm sorry. For a friendly couple with 2 kids, not for you. Oh, okay. I see. Ah, don't worry about it, Riceland. I'm happy to help if I can. Riceland, whatever you do, just make sure that they share with you. Make sure they bring you some leftovers. Right, I'm gonna drop by Jolly Roger and just save, because I'm running low on Gimel coins, and I don't want to waste the few that I have left. Even ducklings waddle when they first learn how to walk. It's the same with people, and it's the same with machinery. I recommend hugging the shore until you're ready for the deep dunes. Don't try to cover too much sand until you're certain you're ready. A drifter's first lesson consists of learning how strong your wings are. Shut up, I'm ready to go fight the desert monsters. The Order of the Ark of Destiny is headquartered in a place accessible to just about any sandcraft. If you ever find that you can't sail any further, it's best to just call it quits and head back here. Especially since this is just about the only port you can get repairs at. And actually, on that note, I do want to double-check how many dragon fossils we have. 20. And if I remember correctly, we need 34. So, we're looking at... low damage, high accuracy, high crit rate. Average damage and accuracy and crit rate. Lots of ammo. Garbage crit rate. Very little ammo, low accuracy, and very high damage, which kind of defeats the purpose. But ideally, we want to save up for the ultimate equipment. So we want the Arc Smasher, we want the Soaring Falcon, we want the Ultra Frame, and we want the Dragonheart Next Generation. And it looks as though we have a little ways to go. Before we're able to afford any of that. Yeah, Riceland, it's a nice touch because it prevents you from accidentally falling off ledges when you don't want to. Although, of course, there are ledges where you don't get that animation. Alright, so we need... We need to check to see if there is anywhere else that we can access. Okay, no, we want to go the other way. We want to circle around the continent in this direction. Oh, and actually... Okay, very good. That puts us here, and I'm pretty sure... Pretty sure I remember there being something in that forest. In or near. King Bronco, it's a battle indicator. When the exclamation mark appears, you can use a certain amount of your encounter gauge to cancel it. Triflid, huh? Wow, Sam! Oh, alright. Ha! Okay, so these things don't seem all that dangerous. Honestly, Haretsu, I'd rather deal with this than silence. Weakness fire, of course. Absorbs water. 350 HP. Alright. British Marsh. When the gym opens back up, you need something nice to make with chicken and vegetables. You rarely cook, so you're not very good at it. Okay. Well, British Marsh, I think you were here yesterday, probably at least long enough to have heard me say that it doesn't matter what your skill level is, there is always a place where you can start. So, British Marsh, what cooking facilities do you have access to? Do you have at least a stove and a frying pan? Maybe a spatula, a knife, a cutting board? Do you have those things? You have a gas stove, all the tools needed. Okay, excellent. Perfect. Alright then, I'm gonna give you a very simple recipe for a pan-fried chicken dish. And I'm gonna give you another recipe for... Well, I'll give you a couple and you can take your pick from them. British Marsh, I don't suppose by any chance you have a cast iron pan, like a cast iron skillet? You have a small cast iron pan small enough to fry an egg in. Okay, that's fine. A regular frying pan will do the job just as easily. Alright, so, British Marsh, first of all... Here is a really simple recipe. And that'll just give you a really nice pan-seared chicken. Here is... Let me just check the recipe here. Because I'll give you a couple of variations of that as well. Here is a pan-seared chicken dish where you've breaded the chicken so it has a nice crispy bread crust on the outside. You could try that maybe after you've done the basic version once or twice. And alternatively... Here is a variation of that same dish where you're also using a little bit of balsamic vinegar and the pan juice from frying the chicken to make a sauce for the chicken as well. So the first one is the easiest. The second two are just a little bit more complicated, but once you practice the first one and mastered that, you could give one of the other two a try. Now, as for vegetables... Do you have a preference for what kind of vegetables, British Marsh? Is there a particular type of vegetable that you would like to use or that you would like to avoid? Or do you not care? Broccoli, carrots, all greens. Okay. Well, British Marsh, I presume then that you have an oven. And if you have an oven, let me give you a very easy recipe for some oven-roasted carrots. Oh, they don't have anything. Okay. And actually, I'll give you a couple of recipes for this as an alternative. So, here is a nice, really easy... You have a gas oven, perfect. Very good, the doctor, welcome. So there's a recipe for some oven-roasted carrots, British Marsh. And if you're willing to do that sort of recipe on the stove, then let me give you a recipe for... some pan-seared Brussels sprouts with bacon. Let me just dig that up here. Hang on. And there you go. And these should be some nice, simple, easy recipes that you can start with, British Marsh. And once you've mastered these, then you can gradually work your way up and start making them a little bit nicer and more elaborate. And what the heck, we'll give you one more as a bonus. Okay, yeah, here's a nice easy one. No problem, British Marsh. I hope those help. That last recipe there is for a, just a simple pan-seared asparagus with a soy sauce glaze. And that'll be a nice way to give you some nutrition without cooking with a ton of fat or oil. And also some really easy recipes. Oh, no kidding, Riceland. Excellent. Oh, Clive must have killed one with a counterattack. Oh, well. Well, British Marsh, it is a good idea to always keep an eye on what you're making if you're cooking something in a frying pan. Because often, if you're doing like a sauté recipe where you don't want your ingredients to get too burned, sometimes you'll need to keep the ingredients moving in the pan. But if you're doing something like a pan-seared chicken breast, you have to leave the ingredient alone for a little while. Hello, Frostbite. Welcome. Good to see you. So it doesn't look like there are any worthwhile enemies over here. Thank you, British Marsh. I appreciate that. And yeah, don't worry. British Marsh, with the frying pan, and especially with a chicken recipe, it's going to be pretty forgiving. And if you need to, you can always lift up a piece of chicken in the pan to look at the underside and see if it looks done enough. So just follow the instructions in the recipe, and just use your eyes and judge by what you see. And you'll do just fine. Thank you, British Marsh. I would love to see a picture once you're done. And that's absolutely correct, Ricelin. You taste as you go. You use your eyes to measure. Just whatever you do, British Marsh, don't taste chicken that's not fully cooked, right? Make sure that whatever you're tasting is at least fully cooked first. Okay, good. And one other thing to bear in mind, British Marsh, is that the thicker a cut of meat is, the longer it will take to cook thoroughly, like to cook to the center. So if you've got a couple of thinner pieces of chicken and then a couple of thicker pieces, you're going to want to leave the thicker pieces in the pan for another 30 seconds or so after you take the thinner pieces out, just to make sure that they cook evenly. But ideally, British Marsh, you'll either buy your chicken in a form where it's already cut fairly thin, or if you get chicken breasts, you can just slice them in half the flat way and make them thinner, and then they'll cook quickly and more evenly. I have absolute confidence in you, British Marsh. You're gonna do just fine. A nice, simple recipe, not too many steps to follow. And just make sure you read the recipe all in advance so you know every step before you actually come to the step. The point of the meat mallet is if you're eating roadkill, like a raccoon or an opossum or a skunk, you need the meat mallet to tenderize it because it's going to be as tough as shoe leather. That's what the meat mallet is for. Or alternatively, in all seriousness, the meat mallet's actual purpose is if you've got a chicken breast that you want to increase its surface area, such as if you're making like chicken Kiev or chicken cordon bleu, and you want to wrap something in the chicken, a regular chicken breast is too thick and not wide enough for purpose. So the mallet is something that you use to pound the chicken breast thin, and also to increase its surface area so that it's wider and longer, and it has more surface area so that you can use it to entirely enclose whatever ingredients you're trying to stuff it with. So that's basically what it's for. That's what the flat side of the meat mallet is for. The side with spikes is for if you are cooking a really, really tough cut of meat. Like if you're a game hunter and you've just gone out and bagged a deer or a moose or something, or like a wild boar, and you've got a really, really nice cut of a lean, gamey, wild meat, you would use the spiky side of the hammer to tenderize that, and to put some indentations in it so that maybe a marinade would soak into it more efficiently. But the mallet is for people who are doing a little bit more advanced kitchen work. You don't have to worry about that. If you're buying prepackaged chicken breast, you can just bring it home and fillet it yourself. Or if you're getting it at a butcher, you can ask the butcher to do it for you. They won't charge you extra for that. Like, you can ask them to make a chicken scallopini, which is where they cut the chicken breast entirely in half so that it's half as thick and you get 2 pieces. Or you can have them butterfly it, which is where they cut it almost all the way in half, but they leave the 2 halves connected. If you have a butcher near you, British Marsh, yes, butchers usually have better quality meat than a grocery store, and they may give you better service as well. The other thing is, British Marsh, if you develop a working relationship with your local butcher, like if you become a regular customer and develop a rapport, then they may start to treat you better. They may give you choicer cuts of meat. They may knock a pound or 2 off the price. So it pays in that regard to be a good customer for your butcher, and then they'll treat you well as well. Also, British Marsh, a butcher may carry more exotic or unusual cuts of meat that a grocery store would not. Well, Lauriatius, unfortunately, big grocery store chains have been killing off mom-and-pop butchers and vegetable stands and you know, all manner of the old-school places where you would get that stuff. So if you have a local butcher, as long as your local butcher is not a jerk, go support them. The other thing about a butcher, Marsh, is that if you're looking for something specific that isn't really worth a grocery store's time to sell, like if you want to make chicken stock and you need like a kilo of chicken feet and another kilo of chicken bones, you're very unlikely to find those things at a grocery store, whereas a butcher usually will have that sort of stuff on hand. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lauriatius. That's always a shame to see that stuff happen. Alright, I'm pretty sure there's something over here as well. Aha! There is. I think this is a Millennium Puzzle. Yup! Oh, and it's just this guy. Well, Lauriatius, it's not just that people don't value food, it's that it's just getting more and more expensive to be alive. And sometimes people feel like they have no choice other than to go with the least expensive possible food. Ah, I screwed that up. Huh. Well, no, Loriatius, but if you're going to, you have the choice between a place that might be less expensive, but not have as good quality meat, or a place that might be more expensive, and you might feel like you have no option other than to go with the less expensive choice, you know? Hello, it's Dis. Okay, I screwed that up too, apparently. Huh. Oh, that's a little better. Ah, but now we're still left with one yellow block. I understand that feeling all too well, British Marsh. I genuinely do. But hopefully, with a little bit of practice, we'll be able to get you to the point where eating is not just a chore, but it's something that you can actually enjoy a little bit. Maybe even have a little bit of fun doing. But now we still have the problem of that yellow block. Okay, then. What if we start over here? That definitely works a little bit better. The only problem is now... we still only have 2 yellow blocks left. Oh, actually, we might have it here. I think this might be it. Okay, so there's our 3 yellow blocks out of the way. We've got it. No, Haretsu, you can't. Blocks that have stuff on top of them cannot be moved. But we got it. No, not like Catherine, Haretsu. Not in that regard, anyway. No, Breakfast, I'm just accustomed to trial and error. Oh, all that for a growth egg. I mean, I guess it wasn't a terribly challenging puzzle. No problem, British Marsh. Thank you so much for stopping in, and I'm really looking forward to hearing how everything goes. And to seeing the pictures. Take care of yourself. Okay, so that's the continent where Gunner's Heaven is. Never did check out what was over here, I guess, did we? We can jump that gap with a horse, but I don't think it's terribly important. I don't remember there being anything unusual over there. Oh, okay, this is near Little Rock, I think. I believe Little Rock should be over here. Yup. Okay, good. Oh, Doc Holiday, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad I get to help you relive a little bit of nostalgia. Oh, Riceland, I don't know about that. I appreciate the thought, but... all I can say is I'm just doing my best. Alright, back to the Sandcraft. Where the heck are we? I wish it were a little bit easier to see where we are. Okay, that's the sand tunnel. This, I'm not sure. Oh, this might be Sunset Peak. And if that's the case, we don't have a chance in hell of trying to explore that yet. Hello, I would really just like to land, please. Alright, what do we got? Manticore and Kobold. Alright, well... this is a JRPG. Let's see about the Manticore. And then we'll just get rid of the Kobold, because he has nothing of value. Well, Breakfast, I mean, it's a Western-themed JRPG. 133 HP. Weak against Earth. Okay. Burning Jalapeno, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Jalapeno says, you're an upstanding dude, not only in providing a welcoming community, but also willing to support your community in their own endeavors. Oh, you're talking about the raid yesterday, Jalapeno, aren't you? Don't worry about it, man. I'm always happy to help. I figure the best use of those raids on my part is supporting smaller channels, so I'm glad to be able to lend a hand. And you deserve it. You're doing a good job. Alright, let's see if there's anything good to be stolen from these manticores. Oh, hey, it worked. It even worked the first time. I didn't notice that. $141. That'll take 2 summons of Chapapanga, almost certainly. Unless we can manage to blow away his magic defense, which might help. Oh, that was good of you, Jalapeno. I appreciate your doing that, and I'm sure your friend did as well. You can, Vocal Evolution. It's the PS4 port still, but you can play it on a PS5. Hey, Sam, good to see you. How are you doing? Actually, that reminds me. Let me just give a couple of shout-outs here to Burning Jalapeno, who has been a member of my community for a long time and is working on getting his own Twitch channel off the ground, which you might already have gathered from my conversations with him, and also to my friend Sam, who goes by Corgi Pasta, who has been streaming for a little while now, a few months, and is right now working her way through the Souls series for the very first time. She's on Dark Souls 2 right now, and you should absolutely go check both of them out. because they're great folks. I'm glad you're doing well, Sam. It's good to see you. Ah, Sam, like I always tell you, you deserve it. And yeah, Sam, we are back to Wild Arms 3 today because if I were to do a third consecutive day of the food stream, my voice would probably just quit, and I do not need that happening. I'm not sure about all of them, Vocal Evolution, but I know that the vast majority, anyway, of the PS4 library on PSN is playable on PS5. It might be all of it. I honestly haven't gone through to check, but I do know that on the PS5, if you filter... I mean, honestly, we could just check. Like, if we go to Browse, All Games, sort by platform, PS4, and then A to Z. So this is all the PS4 games that are available on PS5. And judging just by the fact that all of the Neo Geo ports are here, or almost all of them anyway, I would guess that probably the majority of the PS4 library anyway, if not the entirety of it. Because, I mean, we're still well in the A range. Approximately 99% according to Sony, Riceland? Okay. Yeah, like, this looks like pretty much everything. The problem is, Evolution, that there are so few actual PS5 games right now that if you're just gonna play PS4 games on your PS5, you might as well hold off on getting a PS5. I mean, you might not have any choice because of the continued scalping and raw material shortages. But yeah, Echo Drop, that's one PS5 game, and I think in total, as far as actual AAA PS5 games go, there are maybe 6 or 7. And everything else right now that is PS5 exclusive is like these $5 and under super low budget, low quality visual novel type games that were somebody's final project for their game design degree, you know? Oh, okay, well, you're lucky you got one, Evolution. Now you get to enjoy using it to play PS4 games until there are some proper AAA titles for the PS5. Oh, I've heard of a lot of people using the PS5 to play FF14, Lucian. It's funny you mention that, actually, because I saw somebody on Twitter recently, a friend of mine, who made actually a really good use case for using the PS5 to play FF14, which was basically that not everybody owns a $2,000 gaming PC, and up until relatively recently, you kind of needed a nicer PC in order to play MMO games, especially like FF14, where there are so many different visual effects and so much going on at once. And the PS5 now enables console owners to really get in on the MMO genre without having to spend a ton of money on a super powerful PC. I first played Final Fantasy XI, Lucian, on a Japanese PS2 that I spent way too much money importing from Japan because I didn't have a PC that could run it. And it would have cost probably $700 or $800 at the time in 2001 to build a decent enough PC to run that game. Whereas, even with the additional import costs of a Japanese limited edition PS5 with the hard disk drive and the network adapter, I ended up paying something like $300 US. Hello, Hane, welcome, good to see you. Oh, Adalakis, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'm glad you've enjoyed those. Yeah, Echo Drop, and you should hang on to them, especially if you've got physical copies. Keep them. Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you enjoyed them. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you there. I actually... I'd like to say that it was some kind of huge innovation, but really, the idea just jumped into my head a few mornings ago when I was watching a couple of those videos, ooh, a wind ring, for my own entertainment, and thought, hey, what if we were to just talk about these in chat? I really appreciate that, Ohane. Thank you. And of course it misses. Oh yeah, Corgi Pasta. That is really an interesting channel with some pretty good types of content to talk about, like as catalysts for conversation. Oh, no worries, Adalakis, I understand, and Twitch definitely has some work to do. Oh, okay, not bad. We got a wind ring and a moonstone out of that. Did we already have a wind ring? We did. Okay, but that's fine. Hey, Magnus, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! How are you doing? It's good to see you. Anything on the beach? Oh, just more manticores. Okay, well, now that we know what they drop... Alright, and actually, Magnus... Let me give this fine gentleman a shout-out as well. Guys, go follow Magnus, the man with the chainmail tie. He's a great guy, super entertaining, really chill, really friendly dude. And if you enjoy horror games... Ooh, another moonstone and a dragon fossil. If you enjoy horror games, or sometimes other games as well, you're gonna really like hanging out with him. Where is this? Hey, Wayward, how you doing? Good to see you. This is... Oh, okay. This is right near Basker Village. So far, so good, Magnus. I'm sorry to hear that you were having such issues with, the PS5. Oh, we were just here, I think? Yes. Okay, we want to be heading east here, I think. Chances are they were, Magnus. I understand that there are some games from the PS4 collection that do not run well on the PS5. Jenny Greenteeth? Okay. Divert with a flash bomb. Oh, we might have already reached our limit. Pass. Defend. Okay, that's not great, but also not terrible. Assist piloting with the gunner. Assist piloting on Jet. Oh, no problem, Wayward. Good luck. Hang in there. And we want to decrease this thing's reflex as well. That does hurt. This is just a really miserably disadvantageous turn order here. Ah! This is not a helpful... Alright, whatever. We'll have to make do with what we've got here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tin Man. All right, now we should be able to... This is the only one, Evolution. The only one that I played in full, anyway. I have some experience with the others, but this is the only one that I previously actually completed. Man, this Arctic Lance crap really is not helping. And this thing is not taking an awful lot of damage. Sheesh, okay. I was getting a little worried there. Wow, and that was in no way worth the trouble. Alright, what about here? Is there anything here? Ah! Between the dunes to the northeast lies the crater opened by a gift from the heavens. Actually, what's around here? Drill Mandrill. Huh! Okay, I wonder if he's related to the Spark Mandrill. Hey, congratulations again, Monotone, and welcome back! What, the Sandcraft battles, Lucian? Yeah, they can be pretty tricky. Oh good, paralysis, huh? Well, there's probably only one way that this is going to work. Alright, that's not terrible. Spamming this move, however, is terrible. Now everyone's paralyzed. Great. Oh, okay, Lucian, I see. Yeah, they don't do a very good job of teaching you how to use the Sandcraft. Alright, well, we need to do something about this. Oh, good. Great. Hello, Druckmunden. Welcome. Good to see you. Well, we need to do something, but that wasn't enough, apparently. Lucian, that's a good question. There are a number of decisions that were made in this game where you can't help but wonder, yeah, what dev thought that was a good idea? Oh, good, they all use drill arm. Okay, we might actually have a chance now. There we go. Wow, that was garbage. Alright, well, fortunately, we have a safety net here. We're just gonna pop a warp star and head right back to Midland Station. And we're gonna go take a little rest at Basker Colony. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I must admit. But so help me, if I get myself into a scrape, I'm gonna get myself out of it. Well, Druckmunden, I understand that sentiment, and again, there are genuinely some decisions the developers made in this game that just make you think, why? Did they even play it after they designed it that way? It is, Evo, and they do something really weird in Wild Arms 3, which I think was intended to give the player a little bit of a safety net, but it ends up actually being pretty useless. Which is that if you die in battle, if you get a game over, you can use a Gimmel coin to basically restart the battle and do the battle over again. The problem with that idea is, if you lost the battle the first time, chances are you weren't strong enough to win it at all. So, if you end up needing a Gimmel coin to begin with, you find yourself in this situation where you get into a battle you can't win, and then you use up all your Gimmel coins, and then you game over anyway. So it's the kind of mechanic that, like, they clearly didn't put a lot of thought into it, you know? But then you've got those really bizarre, asinine, ill-conceived game design decisions. And then at the same time, you've got some genuinely revolutionary and really cool, interesting ideas. And you look at the game as a whole, and you can't help but think, well, clearly somebody on the dev team was not communicating with somebody else. Bogle and Cobb. Huh. Echo Drop, it's a little better than not having it, but it's not really as useful as it's supposed to be. And I mean, you do have a choice not to use it in Game Over, Echo Drop, but then it hasn't helped you if you do that. What it should have done was, when you spend the Gimmel coin, it should start you off where the battle began, but not in the battle. The point of it is to prevent you from losing tons of progress if you die, Echo Drop, but it doesn't really do a very good job of that, because if you were going to lose that battle anyway, chances are no amount of Gimmel coins are going to help. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Lucian. It doesn't take into account the fact that you might have unknowingly wandered into an area where the enemies suddenly get a lot stronger. And there are places in this game where that can happen. And then suddenly you're in a battle you can't win, and whoops, it's game over. Or maybe you ran out of healing items in the middle of a dungeon or something, you know? Drakmundan, password systems are impossible in games that use memory cards or, like, memory storage for save data. A password is for a game like the NES Mega Man games. Passwords, unfortunately, like, you can't use a password to recreate save data. You know, save data is way too complicated to be stored as a password. Echo Drop, you're always so contrarian, man. Seriously. All I'm saying is, it's a mechanic that was not designed very well to suit its purpose. Oh, okay, Drakmundan, I see. I apologize then. I didn't realize that was, what you were going for. Wait, no, actually, I think we need some wind gems, so if we can kill these guys with wind... that would get us a bunch of wind gems. Well, Ultima, even as I say that, some of the later Mega Man games, like Mega Man 8 on the PS1, for example, there is some data that those games do store on the memory card. But even still, even in that game's case, it does still use passwords to track stage completion and some item acquisition. There we go. 5 wind gems. Excellent. Where exactly are we? Oh, okay, we're way the heck up north. Alright, Huh? What's this? Famous wheat fields lie northeast. Far to the east lies South Farm Station. Okay, so actually, we should probably go find that station first. Because that will give us another fast travel point. probably around here. I would guess near the tracks. Yeah, there's this patch of dirt that... Oh? No? Okay. Ah, is that it? What? No, that's a name tag. Great. Just what I needed. Mustard and French fries, Tin Man. That is an interesting question. I will say that if you gave me the choice between mustard, ketchup, and mayonnaise for French fries, mayonnaise, I think it should be obvious by now, would be last. And... mustard probably would be... I mean, it depends what kind of mustard. If you're talking like a good quality, spicy horseradish, like stone ground mustard or something, then that would be first. Because I'm not a big fan of ketchup either, but I would still rather eat ketchup than mayonnaise. But if I had the choice between all three, and you offered me a good quality mustard, I would go with the mustard. French fries and chocolate shake from Wendy's? Adelakis, what's so unusual about that? Or are you talking about putting your French fries in the chocolate shake, Adelakis? You dip the fries in the shake. Something about that just seems patently horrible to me. So I would just go ahead and give that a hard pass. Okay, well, I was hoping that I would be able to use Flash Hit there, but... Okay, and apparently we need to get information on South Farm Station. No, Echo Drop! I remember in high school, back when I was living in the States, how quite a few of my friends in high school and my classmates, they would do stuff like that, right? They'd, like, I'd go out with them to a pizzeria after school or something, and they would order a milkshake at the pizzeria, and then they'd be dipping their French fries in it. You know, I'm accustomed to seeing stuff like that. It's not like I view it as something never before seen. It's just... it's not something you'll ever catch me doing, you know? It's the same thing, Echo Drop, as, like, actually, I had one friend in particular who, when we would go to pizzerias, he would order a soft drink, and he would take the soft drink and then go to the soda fountain and add equal amounts of every type of soda to the cup. And that always just seemed horrible to me. But when I thought about it later on, years later when I look back on it, I realized, well, most of those sodas really just taste like high fructose corn syrup anyway. So maybe it's not all that unusual. What have we here? Is this a Millennium Puzzle? Oh, that's Gob's hideout. Okay, so that means we are near Boot Hill. Well, you won't get any argument from me there, Echo Drop. Yes. Ooh, and a booster kit. We did need that. Okay, I thought Boot Hill was near there, but maybe it's around here. No worries, Riceland. Have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping in. Take care. Is this a Millennium Puzzle? There we go. I thought there was one around here. There's usually at least one in every traversable area of the world map. So this stuff here, these giant boulders, these are meant to be destroyed. But you need a particular vehicle to destroy them. Well, okay, I guess we can't find Boot Hill. Millennium Puzzle time! I hope this one doesn't suck. This one might actually suck. Oh, I see what's supposed to happen here. Okay. So there's a red block there. And I'm pretty sure now that if we drop one of these off here... Well, ain't that cute? Okay, so this one, it turns out, actually ends up not being too bad. I'm sure there was probably a more elegant way to solve it, but... whatever works, right? I wouldn't give me that much credit, Haretsu. And hello, Bear Tiger. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, a lion's shield. Well, that would have been handy a little while ago. No, they wouldn't give you mimics after solving a Millennium puzzle, Tin Man. That would just be dirty. I mean, I say that, but these devs did a few other dirty things. Oh, wow! I sure am glad to know that I'm fighting a horned monster. Man, I really sometimes wonder if the localization team was even being paid to do this. I think we just want to use one of these on Gallows. And I want to scan these things first. Enjoy your lurk, EJ! Okay, well... Weak to water, okay. Go for it, Ultima. What can I help you with? Uh, 470 HP. Oh, right. Well, whatever. Red Angel, you might want a tiny URL that. You know I finished Disco Elysium a while ago. It seems like you're having trouble getting streams of it off the ground. You've done 4 attempts at the game. That was before Final Cut, and they kept petering out. Ultima, is that because you yourself got tired of playing the game? Or is it because people didn't show up to the stream? It's alright, Red Angel. It's just, sometimes really long links like that with lots of commas don't work properly on Twitch. And they also fill up chat, especially if you're on mobile. So, if you use tinyURL, it shortens the link and also makes it a little bit more reliable to click on in chat. Oh, both, Ultima. Well, having the Final Cut will definitely make streaming that game easier on you. But as far as having people show up for it, you gotta remember, Ultima, it's still one of the big games that lots of people are streaming right now. So there's a lot of competition if you plan to stream it. And I think that might go some way toward explaining why you're running into the issues streaming it that you are. No, Red Angel, you don't need to apologize. It's totally okay. You're not in trouble. That wasn't a disciplinary action. It's just to keep chat uncluttered. And because if I don't tell you, then who's going to? And better that you learn that here with me, where I'm going to be nice to you about it, than, you know, Joe Rando on Twitch who might ban you for it. So, Ultima, my suggestion would be, if you find yourself getting tired of it, especially in addition to just not having people show up, sleep on it a while. Come back to it another time. Hey, Fontez, welcome! Because the worst thing you can do, Ultima, is to try to stream a game that you're not in the headspace to stream. Because all you're going to accomplish by doing that is burning yourself out on the game, making yourself miserable, and making your viewers miserable. Perfect, Red Angel. Good job with the tiny URL. You got it. And Nitch, hello and welcome. Good to see you. How are you doing? Oh, whoops. Well. Oh, what have we here? Oh, God. Oh, I totally forgot to... And you can't run away from battles in this game. Oh, that's not good. Okay, well, at least it wasted its turn. Assist piloting. Gunner. Sandcraft battles work differently than battles on foot, Bertiger. Alright, we need to do something about this. Now we need to guard. Oh, okay, it looks like it's just going to keep using buffs on itself, which is fortunate. Okay, that we can deal with. We really need to do some serious upgrades on the Sandcraft, though, which is going to mean we got to get our hands on some dragon fossils. And now the gunner can't act because we haven't loaded ammo. Monotone, if you were able to do that, these enemies would just destroy you. They're capable of doing more damage than your characters can have health. Hopefully he goes for a buff. Yep, okay. Yeah, Monotone, I don't know if you noticed, but the first attack that this thing did to us did 17,000 damage. And as it is, even with an unupgraded Sandcraft, we are doing... when we fire both rounds at once, we're doing about that same amount of damage. Hey, Tatsumi, welcome! And fortunately, it looks like he just wants to keep spamming buffs on himself that don't work. So, good. Okay, I think we fixed that. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess he doesn't really attack all that often at all. The only problem is with the Sandcraft that, you can't use full carrots on your Sandcraft. But actually, we should take advantage of the opportunity, since this enemy is just gonna spam buffs. We should heal to full. Like, we should totally just repair up. Shadow of the Colossus? What do you mean, Monotone? Oh, no, unfortunately. That's not an option. Apparently not, Red Angel. It's a shame there's no, like, ethanol in this universe or something. As it is, I don't even know what the Sandcraft uses for a power source. It has an engine, but there's no information on what exactly the engine burns for fuel. Oh, good. Sand! Well, that would explain it, Echo Drop, but I'm somehow not sure that, sand makes a very good fuel. Although the sand in this universe doesn't really seem to follow standard rules for what does and doesn't make sense physically. All right. There we go. See, that's just way more trouble than it's worth. Beat what? The game, Ultima? Yes, I've beaten this game several times already. Mind you, that was all in the past at one point or another. Ah, very good, Tatsumi. I quite like oolong teas. Alright, so actually, let's stop by Jolly Roger, because I think we might be able to get repairs for our sandcraft here somehow. "27 dragon fossils. So armed with revolving cannons, of course I can increase his firepower with more dragon fossils, but still, going for nothing but offense isn't always the wisest thing to do. It's not good to just fire your main gun all the time. The key to winning is use of the harpoon and flash bombs. Have to wait till the moment comes where you can use your main gun to its full potential. Yeah, which is why you sneak around behind the enemy and tie it down with the harpoon. Tatsumi, pretty much every restaurant over there serves hot green tea as well. In my experience, at least. Which is something I really appreciate. You know, I do like that, okay, yes, repair ship. There it is. Lighter, more accurate harpoon. Yeah, Ultima, and that's the smart thing to do, because the ultimate equipment for the Sandcraft only costs slightly more than the stuff below it, and it's unequivocally better than all of that stuff. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, as tempting as it is to go for lower tier equipment, all that really does is make it longer and more annoying to get what we really want. And once we have enough dragon fossils, there are no other restrictions on our ability to buy good equipment. So, I mean, we're already halfway to the Arc Smasher. We honestly might as well just, we might as well just go farm some more. And actually, I think there might be a pretty good way to do that if I remember correctly. So let's take a quick snooze at the saloon here, and then I believe the labyrinth we want to go to is called Serpent's Coils. I think that's where the enemy groups are that will be most advantageous for us to farm. Because the sandcraft is a really important mode of transportation, and it's really, really crucial for being able to access certain areas of the world map. But if you try to go to some of those areas too early before you upgrade your sandcraft, I mean, you saw what almost happened those last couple of sand ocean monsters we fought. And those weren't even some of the strongest ones. Okay, so Serpent's Coils is north of us. Okay, so that tower is Ka Dingel. Serpent's Coils should be northeast. There, I think that's it. Yes, okay. Yes, Raid Angel, the choice of crew does matter. And it matters because the basic stats of your characters determine the stats of your sandcraft. So your sandcraft has a static amount of health based on the type of armor that it has and also on your character's level. However, for example, whoever is set to be the gunner, the damage of the sandcraft's main cannon is determined by that character's attack. So if you set Clive as the gunner, then your sandcraft will do the most damage because he has the highest physical attack power. But you also then run into the problem that your sandcraft gets fewer turns to actually fire the cannon because Clive has such low speed. So if you wanted to swap somebody with higher speed in as the gunner, you could, and you would get more actions with the gunner, but then your sandcraft would not deal as much damage. And it works pretty much the same way for every crew position on board the sandcraft. Every position has a stat that is important to it. For Deckhand, the stat is Magic, because Magic is used to calculate how much healing you get when you use the repair command. So Gallows is the ideal candidate for that position because he has the highest Magic. Virginia ends up at the helm by default, and the advantage there maybe is a little bit less. Virginia and Jet are maybe interchangeable for Helmsman and Harpooner. Because for the Harpoon, I think accuracy is the dominant stat, and in Jet's case, his highest stat is accuracy. It's an interesting mechanic, Red Angel, and I do really appreciate the difference between battles on foot and battles in the sandcraft. Like, there were very, very few games in this game's generation that went so far out of their way to have so many different types of battles. And I really like the idea. The issue is, it definitely could have used a little bit more polish. There we go. These are the enemies I'm looking for. Okay, so... what we can do here... Because these are very weak enemies, and they appear in very large groups. Not to mention, they drop... gems when you kill them, because you have to kill them with Elemental Arcana. As long as these things actually drop dragon fossils, which I'm pretty sure they do... then we'll be in good shape. Oh, very good, Amateur. What did you have in mind? Or are you saying that because you're looking for a suggestion? Looking for a suggestion. All right, Amateur, refresh my memory. What kinds of tea do you normally enjoy? You like Assam. Okay. Oh, jeez, Echo Drop. Come on. Oh, see, now, this is just unsporting. This is also, incidentally, what summons are for. You've already got some Hoji Cha. Very good. So, Amateur, how far outside your comfort zone are you willing to go here? Because if you want to be a little more adventurous, we can definitely work with that. Okay, in that case, Amateur, I'll just pitch you a few ideas, and you let me know what appeals to you. Actually, Amateur, Tatsumi asks a very good question. Do you like your tea pure? Do you like it to have, spices or seasonings in it, or do you like it just plain? Okay, so the dragon fossils come from the treasure chests. Either or, alright. Well, I appreciate your flexibility on the matter, Amateur. In that case, let me pull up the old website. Okay, here we go. So, Amateur, if you want to try a simple staple of Japanese tea, I'm going to go ahead and recommend sencha, which is a basic green tea. I don't know if you've tried that before, but I definitely recommend giving it a try, and here's an interesting one that I have not yet tried, but I think it might work. If you want to try something a little bit different for green tea, here's that same sencha that has yuzu in it, which is like a Japanese citrus fruit. So it's kind of the Japanese equivalent of Earl Grey, where it uses Japanese ingredients like a sencha and then the yuzu. And here is a really good Chinese green tea if you want to try that. They're very, very different. let's see. Here, amateur, is a... Oh, amateur, try a different packaging method. Like if the sachets are sold out, try getting a tin. Here is a black tea blend with some nice flavoring in it. It's sort of like an Earl Grey because it has bergamot, but it also has some oolong tea blended in with the black tea, and it's got lavender and vanilla as well. You might like that. There's also another one that I like to recommend to people who enjoy fruit-type tea or tea that doesn't have lots of caffeine, and that is the blood orange. They do a really, really good blood orange tea. They also do... They do a couple of different variations on ginger tea as well. I don't know if you like ginger, amateur, but... check this one out. This is really nice. This is a ginger tea that contains pretty much just natural ingredients. This one has ginger root, lemon peel, crystallized ginger, and black pepper. So this will be a really robust, flavorful, kind of spicy tea. And this is a variant of that, which uses just pure ginger and licorice. And if you want to go for something a little bit sweeter, maybe, if that's more your preference, this is a ginger, there we go, what do we got? This is a ginger turmeric tea, which contains apple chunks. Oh, and this is organic as well. Apple chunks, ginger root, lemongrass, turmeric, hibiscus, beetroot, cardamom, and nutmeg. This is also a really nice one as well. And what do we have here? Fool's Arcade, thank you so much for the raid. Hello and welcome. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I can vouch for both as well, Izaku. Good choices. Thank you so much for the raid, Fool's Arcade. Welcome. Yeah, amateur, the samples don't tend to stay in stock for very long because people don't want to commit. You know, they don't know whether they like it or not, so they want to buy a sample before they splash out on a 2 or a 3 ounce tin. Amateur, if you want to try a really nice blend of black and oolong tea, I recommend this one a lot, but check out the Queen Catherine. That one's really good as well. That's a nice, smooth, low acidity tea. And that one doesn't have any additional flavorings. It's just a nice blend of higher quality black and oolong tea. And this is another one that I recommend to people a lot. Might or might not be your thing, but this is a green tea which is flavored with coconut. What's in it exactly? Green tea, lemongrass, coconut flavor, vanilla flavor, ginger flavor. and it is expressly listed as containing natural flavors. So I hope that helps a little, amateur. And actually, now that you reminded me, I am going to have some tea of my own. Alright, now let's see, because actually, if we could use Chapapanga to farm dragon fossils, I have an idea as to how this might work out. Yeah, these things only have 40 HP. So actually, we summon Lucky Hand. Then just with the FP that he starts the battle with, Gallows might be able to kill these things. Yes, indeed. And that is 4 guaranteed drops. And a guaranteed success on the treasure chest. Yeah, okay. Good. Perfect, in fact. Yeah, because very unsportingly, these enemies are often not grouped into ideal formations. Oh, no worries, Chibi. I thought you were trying to recommend 2 different teas to amateur. No problem. Although the dragon fossil yield is not nearly as high as I hoped it would be. But if we can get one of those groups of 6... I mean, 4 is okay. Man, I just really wish you could skip summon animations in this game. No dragon fossils, but we are getting Gimmel coins, and actually... we do desperately need the Gimmel coins, because we are running very low. It would have been nice if in the PS4 port of this game they had done what Square Enix did with the Final Fantasy games that got ported and given you like a an increased speed setting for battles. Well, whatever. At the very least, it looks like it is possible for us to get dragon fossils from these enemies, which means that if we're willing to spend enough time here, we can upgrade the Sandcraft fully. Yeah, exactly, Izaku. Turbo mode. At the very least, though, now that we have, what's the ability? Robber's Pride. Now that we have that, we do not have to worry about having the treasure chest blow up on us anymore. Because with the max level of that skill, we are guaranteed success when opening treasure chests. And I'll tell you what, I'm really grateful that a basic, like a raw lucky shot is still enough to kill these guys reliably, because otherwise it would not be efficient to farm here. Izaku, you might be thinking of the Wild Guns series, because that's very much what Wild Guns is. But Wild Arms is a series of Western-themed JRPGs, or the original several games were Western-themed. I guess that stopped being the case later on. Well, I mean, we're getting a lot of mini carrots here, but honestly, at this rate, we might as well go change out mini carrots at the garden, because we're getting plenty of them. There we go. That's the group of 6 I was hoping for. And then after we've killed them, we're going to have to go leave and rest, because we'll have run out of material count on Gallows. Oh, good. No dragon fossils. Actually, how's everybody's material count? Okay, we should spend Clive's while we're here, because Clive can get us some elemental gems, and we do need to stock up on those. So we'll go for some more wind gems. Oh, and it looks like we get treasure anyway. And a mini carrot and a Gimmel coin, which is good. We do need those. And then Clive has one more summon left. So how are we doing on... we've got enough wind gems. I guess we could use more fire gems. Oh, and actually, we're totally out of lightning gems because, whoops, I guess there is no lightning summon. So we probably should... We'll go for fire gems this time, and then we'll do one more battle, and we'll get some lightning gems. Oh, good, and Clive got another material count, so that means actually, we get one more summon. Yeah, nobleman, because China banned banks and other primary institutions in China from handling transactions in crypto, which is a very dictatorial thing for them to be doing. But then again, this is China we're talking about. But what that's going to do, nobleman, is some of those businesses are just going to pull out of China. They're going to be like, yeah, okay, enjoy not getting our business then. Ah, good, and we did get a fossil that time. Well, Adelakis, but crypto is about profit. Companies might not care about human rights violations, but they will care if their bottom line is hurt. At least companies that do the majority of their business in crypto, although, granted, I don't know how many of those companies there actually are in China to begin with. But I imagine probably there are at least a few, because crypto is a way of getting around Chinese surveillance. All right, let's see. Oh, you did buy some Dogecoin, Adelakis? Very good. Now's a good time to buy it while the price of crypto is going down. Buy low, sell high, as it were. Oh, good, and they're all separate. Oh, that's actually a separate coin, Adelakis? I've never heard of it. Oh, breakfast. The creator of Shiba Coin, Adelakis, gave half the supply to the Ethereum guy? Interesting. Gave a couple billion to India COVID relief and then threw away the rest. Huh. And Adelakis, what makes people so confident that Shiba Coin is going to kill Dogecoin? Because we've heard that before. Oh, that's just how they marketed it. So in other words, it's all hearsay. Okay, I see. Alright, there we go. So now we've got every type of elemental gem, which is good. That means now we can multiply them when we run into enemies that are easy enough to kill. And there is Clybourne, so we can just zip right back and rest. Drifters only carry trouble on their wings. They just wander around living a rootless life. Their morals and ideals are completely different than ours. It's a bit of a nice touch that they put you in the room with the beds when you wake up from resting, but it's also kind of irritating because it forces you to walk a pretty long distance and to wait a lot longer than you should have to after resting. Back to Serpent's Coils, then. And actually, we're very fortunate that apparently the only enemy in here, at least in this entryway, is the blobs. Okay, good. And then these are grouped, so here we can use Mystic. We spend 1 gem and we get 2 back, basically. And even then, we may still get treasure. Even without Chapapunga. Alright, very good. This will be an opportunity to use Lucky Hand. And hopefully we get some dragon fossils. We did! We got 2 even. Excellent. Now how are we doing on these so far? Because we've got to be getting close. 36. So 14 more till we can get the ultimate Sandcraft gun. And 14 more won't take very long. This is just a way of getting a little bit of extra... some extra gems. Okay, excellent. And another dragon fossil despite no treasure chest. Hello, Cobra, welcome! Good to see you. How are you doing? Actually, we should be using Thunder Gems and then Extension. I'm glad to hear that, Cobra. It sounds like you had a nice, relaxing day. That's always a plus. See this? I really just wish enemies would be grouped consistently, or that you could use Mystic and Extension on all enemies. Oh, you sign on Friday, Cobra. Well, congratulations, and just try and hang in there. It's only a couple more days. It'll be signed and sealed before you know it. There we are. Oh, quite a lot of good stuff here. It's always a stressful process, Cobra. I understand. But fortunately for you, you are near the end of that process now, and you won't have to worry about it for much more than a couple of days. So hang in there, try to relax for the last couple of evenings, and Friday will get here before you know it. Believe me. Welcome back, Wayward. It'd be really nice if I had the clamor dolls for this, but... Ah, good, okay. At least these are grouped. Cobra, I am looking for dragon fossils. Although there are a couple of other useful things that these enemies can potentially drop that I'm interested in as well. The elemental gems for one, mini carrots for another, and Gimel coins for the third. I just wish the drop rate on Dragon Fossils were a little bit better. 12 to go. This is a gallows battle. Not just a better gun, Cobra, although that is part of the goal, yes. I'm trying to make the Sandcraft survivable enough that we don't continue running into situations where a single Sandcraft battle almost kills us. So that's going to mean at least a better gun, a better frame, and probably a better engine. But the gun is definitely #1 priority. There's another. Ah, that's good, Cobra. I'm glad that you get reunited with your dog out of all of this. That's a big boy, Cobra. What breed is your dog? Because, yeah, that's a pretty large dog. Oh, a bull mastiff. Yeah, that explains why, then. Alright, here's a nice battle full of 6 enemies. Cobra, if you have a picture of him that you'd like to throw in chat, please feel free. I'm sure everybody would love to see, and I know I certainly would. Two dragon fossils, excellent. No hurry, Cobra. Take your time. Well, Mastiffs are a pretty massive set of breeds, Wayward, yes. My favorite breed of Mastiff is the Tibetan Mastiff. They look more like lions than dogs. I quite adore that breed. Oh, Jet actually leveled up out of all of that. Amazing. Oh, good, and another one of these groups. Another fossil, excellent. I think we're getting pretty close. Alright, how are we doing here? 43, 7 to go. And what do we have? Another fossil, excellent. Actually, how are we doing on mini carrots? 71, alright. Honestly, at this rate, we're going to end up with 99 of those in surplus as well, which is just fine. Because that'll be fewer that we have to go grow. Oh, good. I like it when there are lots of these things in a battle, because that gives us more chances to get dragon fossils. So, of course, we only get one anyway. Oh, good. Yeah, Artista, there are going to be times when there's some downtime, especially during farming, where there's not a lot going on in chat, and unfortunately there's not a lot going on in-game. This is something I would have preferred to do off-stream, but I don't really feel like I can afford to, because we need the Sandcraft, and if we don't upgrade it, then we are going to run into a situation where we'll encounter an enemy on the Sandcraft that we just can't defeat. And I would like to avoid that if at all possible. We do not necessarily need to go for absolutely every upgrade to the Sandcraft. Right now, what we really need is the gun and the frame for the attack and the defense. Other than that, we should be okay. Wayward, that's very flattering for you to say, but I don't know that I would put it quite so poetically. Oh, Cobra, what you need to do there is, because you posted a link to a Discord server, you need to right-click on the image and select Copy Link, and then post the link in chat. It should have the suffix .jpg at the end. I can't open that link in its current form. I'm sorry, Cobra. Thank you for digging it up, though. I can tell you certainly are a fan, Wayward, and I very much appreciate that. That's very kind of you. It means a lot to know that you care so much. Oh, wow, we got quite a lot out of that. Ooh, 2 dragon fossils, a mini carrot, and a Gimmel coin. I really couldn't ask for more there. And Gallows has 1 more material count, so... Ah, blast it. Perfect, Cobra. Excellent. Thank you. That looks correct, so let's have a look. Oh, no, wait a minute, Cobra. It looks like it, looks like it didn't do it. What you need to do... Yeah, copy link, not copy message link, Cobra. It should look like this. Just as an example, this is a, just a random picture I grabbed off of my Discord. Which is Major Monotone's Eggs Benedict and Bacon made from salt pork, apparently. Sorry, Cobra. I genuinely apologize for putting you through all this trouble. I know I'm the one who asked you to post a picture, and now here I am telling you that you're not doing it right. I feel badly. Excellent. We got the correct battle group, or the optimal battle group, I should say. Yeah, Artista Monotone's really been improving his cooking. He's been doing a really, really excellent job. Okay, that looks a little bit closer to correct, Cobra. Let's see. Ah, yes, it worked. Oh, look at that. What a cute dog. I take it the dog's name is Ajax, going by the link. I love the color pattern. I love the kind of splotches of darker and lighter brown. The Christmas tree background is nice, too. What a sweet dog. You can just tell by the look on this dog's face that he's a big marshmallow. Thank you for sharing, Cobra. I appreciate that. Don't worry about it, Cobra. This is how you learn. And now you know. Honestly, I'm probably not as good at social media as I should be as a content creator. Oh, right, and I forgot I'm out of material count, so I have to go rest. Well, I'm glad that it could help you too, Wayward. Alright, how are we doing on dragon fossils? 47, we have 3 left to go. And actually, we'll probably get those 3 before we run out of material count again, but we should stick around and get more regardless, because we are going to need more. One thing that irritates me a little bit about the way that the developers designed the recovery system in this game is that the cost of resting at an inn increases with your level. So by the time you get to the end of the game, you're having to spend really ridiculous amounts of money resting. Amateur, you'd think that they'd be afraid to charge more from someone who's a higher level and more likely to beat them in a fight. Oh, I'm glad I don't have to do that, Cobra. That would be just an enormous pain. In that town, Artista, but eventually you get to the point where you could always just fly back to Basker Colony and rest there for free. So you'd think the developers would have realized and not gone so hard on forcing you to just always use Basker Colony to rest. And yeah, Cobra, fortunately, I don't have to use all of those slots. 3 right now are more than enough. On the other hand, this is also not the kind of JRPG, whatever else may be said, to the credit of the developers, this is not the kind of JRPG that has permanently missable stuff. So you don't have to worry about screwing yourself out of getting important items or seeing important events. Because there just really isn't any of that. Alright, and another dragon fossil, very good. I agree, EJ, they should. But JRPGs don't tend to be balanced that way at all in most cases. Very little thought seems to go into those mechanics. The developers of these kinds of games seem to just use the mechanics because other games are using them. Because it's the thing to do in a JRPG, you know, it's standard procedure. And in Japan, they don't like deviating from what everybody else or the majority is doing. And that, unfortunately, includes corporate culture. Yeah, that's a good start, Cobra. Well, Stark Realm, but that's also at least partly because Pillars of Eternity is a Western game, right? It's not just one Asian dev team copying without consideration the mechanics from every other Asian game just because that's what you do. And come to that, the same deal for Skyrim. 3 dragon fossils. Excellent. That means all 3 of those slimes dropped them. Which is very rare. Dragon fossils, you seem to get a single one often enough, but 2 or more are very rare. So I wonder if maybe there's a scaling drop rate on dragon fossils. I wonder if the first one has a high chance to drop, and then the second one has a lower chance, and the third one has an even lower chance. I wonder if it's something like that. Knowing this dev team, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Oh yeah, EJ, I'm sure that's what they did. I'd bet my bottom dollar on it, in fact. Do what Chrono and the others did, EJ. Build your own. This is 4. Yeah. Oh no, Cobra, I don't drink. I have consumed alcohol exactly once in my life, and then only because I was obligated to. And that one experience convinced me never to do so again. I take it that's what you're enjoying at the moment, Cobra, is blueberry vodka, then. See, Cobra, I can't get around the alcohol taste. I can't get around it, and I can't get around the effects, which to me are, in some ways, even worse than the taste. I will say, Cobra, I do enjoy a glass of blueberry juice now and again, but blueberry juice, especially pure blueberry juice, is very difficult to find in Germany. And when you do find it, it's quite expensive. The alcohol taste of alcohol, Cobra. I guess you might get used to it if you're accustomed to drinking it, but for me, no matter what kind of alcohol it is, I can't even be near it or near someone who's drinking it because either the taste or the smell or both just, they cause me physical pain. Oh, good. Finally, now we get a group of enemies that we can actually take out conveniently. Oh, sake amateur. Interesting. You seem to enjoy Japanese beverages. So I suspect you'll probably really like that sencha, then. I can understand that, Cobra, but I suppose we all have different rituals or habits or hobbies that we enjoy to take the edge off after a long day. For me, rather than alcohol, usually that's just a nice dinner. Like, if well, I mean, COVID notwithstanding, of course, because circumstances are different during the pandemic, but pre-pandemic, anyway, when things were open and you could just go out and eat freely, but during the pre-pandemic times, if I had a particularly long day at work and I was tired and wanted to relax, I would go to a restaurant, like a nice, quiet, smaller restaurant, and just order a meal and relax. Before you discovered fruity alcohol, you just grind weapons in Warframe to wind down? Okay, that works. I mean, video games have always been something that I've used as a way to relax, or, to just take my mind off of work or school. They're certainly quite useful for that. Although, there does come a point with video games where you have to make sure that you're playing a game that doesn't just stress you out more, right? Like, Sam, my friend Corgi Pasta, has started to say that she finds the Souls games relaxing, and I always get a laugh out of that because that's the last series I can possibly think of that I would consider to be relaxing. I mean, I enjoy some of those games quite a lot, but the Souls games are definitely not the first franchise that comes to mind when I think, yeah, I've just come home from a long day of work, and I just want to kick back and relax. You know, and do some PvP, and get dudes doing the point down gesture at me. Like... Yeah, amateur. MMOs tend to be the biggest example of that. Although MMOs are getting better about that. Final Fantasy XIV, particularly. Well, EJ, sometimes you just need to take a step back in order to see the bigger picture, but good on you for doing that. It sounds like you had an epiphany, and it sounds like that was a good change. I can't imagine playing FPS games to relax, but then again, the idea of the Souls games being relaxing is, comical to me. Oh, okay, Cobra, you work in manufacturing, so actually, that's a very traditional way of life. At least as far as Americans are concerned, where you work in a factory, you're doing some sort of fabrications or assembly, and I mean, obviously, it's demanding work physically and mentally. Maybe more physically than mentally, depending on what you're doing, but, like, if you're running a hydromat machine or something like that, it can be demanding mentally as well, or like a CNC lathe. And it sort of became almost a Hollywood trope that people working those kinds of jobs would come home after a hard day of work and sit down and watch TV and drink a beer or whatever, and that would be the working man's way of relaxing. I can certainly appreciate that. I'm not familiar with the Ghost Recon series, Stark Realm, other than that I'm vaguely aware that they're shooter games that were originally designed by Tom Clancy and that are now basically just milking his corpse for money. Ha! Stark Realm, were you around when I shared a joke about American beer that my culinary arts teacher told my my cooking class in high school? Heavy machinery, just a lot of hand tools and wiring. Ah, okay. Gotcha, Cobra. May I ask what you do, if you don't mind sharing a little more? I'm curious. Okay, Stark Realm, it sounds like I haven't told it when you were here, so basically the joke is American beers are like having sex in a canoe. They're fucking close to water. Four dragon fossils. Sign me up. Oh, you were there. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm sorry for the repeat joke then. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage? American beer. Okay. Gotcha, amateur. Very good. Oh, okay. Thank you, Roland. At least there was somebody here who hadn't heard it already. Well, Stark Realm, that's Russia, though. I don't think that surprises any of us. Oh, amateur, I'm pretty sure my culinary arts teacher's joke originated in the UK as well, somewhere, because I think I recall him mentioning that he had heard that joke on a British TV show. So go figure, right? The classic electrical panels that you see in a power station or a turbine. Oh. You wire those properly so the switches and buttons do what they gotta do. Okay. Very cool, Cobra. So I can definitely see how that would be exhausting work. I gotcha. Loud and clear. Really fiddly, minute work. You know, amateur, I've been wondering for a while if that was why IPAs have become so popular in America. I wondered if they were just an alternative to the crappy other American beer. Amateur, is that what people in your position call, electricians? Sparkies? Interesting. I guess everybody has a nickname for everybody else. Cobra, it's funny you say that because pretty nearly every American that I've talked to about this subject, and mind you, I have next to no experience on the subject of alcohol. Well, virtually no direct experience anyway, other than that one time, which was traumatic. Like, genuinely traumatic. But just about every American I've ever talked to, Cobra, has unequivocally said that American beer is just piss. Like, even the people who drink American beer agree that American beer is piss. I don't think I've ever heard any kind of controversy on that subject at all. And that's pretty telling, if I'm honest. Long story short, you drink till you like it because it's cheap and it gets the job done. Well, Lyokin, again, I mean, I don't know how many people there are who can weigh in on that from direct experience, but I suspect probably lots of people would agree. Mead, interesting, Azrael. I've only ever seen mead at Renaissance fairs. I didn't know that it had made a comeback. Oh, okay, Stark Realm. So your experience was actually pretty similar to mine then. Because for me, it was at my bar mitzvah, where I was basically forced to drink like a tiny, literally a thimble worth of ceremonial wine, and I just about choked. It was awful. Alright, what are we looking at for dragon fossils here? 66, excellent. We are actually doing really well on the acquisition of those fossils. Oh, Cobra, the reason that I'm coming back to town to rest, even though I haven't lost any health or anything, if that's what you're asking, is because if you look at the third row from the bottom, on these status windows here, it says MTC. MTC stands for material count. Material count is basically the number of times that you're allowed to summon your guardian monsters before you have to go rest again. So I'm only really coming back to town to rest to refill my ability to summon. And actually, we should probably go back to... Yeah, Stark Realm, I was also brought up, being brought to a synagogue where, anybody who didn't actually want to drink wine was given the option of drinking grape juice instead. But for whatever reason, the rabbi who was in charge of the ceremony on that particular day was like, no, you're drinking wine. And I was like, okay, I guess I just resent alcohol forever now. I mean, not that that was my only reason, but... Right, how are we doing? Okay, we are full up on carrots. Which means... we can start planting some... ocean berries. Alright, and now we should drop by Jolly Roger. Oh, alright. We should drop by Jolly Roger and buy that new gun for the Sandcraft. Because otherwise we're going to run out of space to store dragon fossils. Okay, so we need to... we need to buy the Arc Smasher. And now we need to equip it. Alright, let's see. Total weight, 26,000. Yeah, this is a substantial improvement in performance. 8 bullets, much better crit rate. So our next order of business will be the armor, and then maybe the power. Wait, what? Oh. Oh god, Cobra, that would qualify as abuse these days. Jeez. Yeah, Azrael, yes, that's correct. I don't know why they... Well, no, I do know why. The reason is because in Japan, there is a very specific convention on game shows where, if you get an answer correct, the game show will display a red circle, and if you get an answer incorrect, the game show will display a blue X. And that is why on the Japanese PlayStation controller, circle is the confirm button and X is the cancel button. Right? Notice how the circle button on the controller is a red circle, and the X button is a blue X. So that convention is unique to Japan, and that's where it originates. Well, Azrael, the thing is, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, in the Western localizations of JRPGs that are lucky enough to actually get Western releases, what will happen is that the developer, during the localization process, will actually change the color scheme. And that is why in Western Sony consoles, X is confirm and circle is cancel. Because they changed that to accommodate Western, essentially common Western sensibilities. Where people in the West are more likely to look at the color blue and say, oh, okay, that's good. Or it represents an increase. And the X is like a check mark or a... Oh yeah, Cobra, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth, but yes. And the circle is like a blank space, precisely. Yeah, if the developer really cares, which not too many of them did back in the day, Azrael, but if they really care, then sometimes they'll go beyond just swapping around the default control input, and they'll actually change some of the visual feedback as well. Early accessibility, basically, is what it amounts to. Alright, now if I remember correctly, we need a total of 45 dragon fossils for the Sandcraft armor. Well, Cobra, sort of, yeah. Ideally, they would give you full control over your gamepad configuration. Like, they just let you assign each button input manually. And I don't know what it is that's so difficult about doing that, but so few developers do. You know, it's such a simple thing. You'd think it wouldn't be all that hard, but for whatever reason, somehow developers just refuse to do it. Even today, they refuse to do it. Yeah, Azrael, and it's also problematic that developers think that it's necessary on PC, but that somehow console players don't need it. You know, I get not giving console players the options to adjust game quality and whatnot, but even then, I feel like the ability to disable that garbage motion blur or bloom that so many games insist on using nowadays is a universally good thing too, whether you're on PC or not. And yet developers just refuse to include it for some reason. Like, if you're so desperate to make the player look at your poor choice of filters, at least give us the option to turn them off. Yeah, Lyokin. Bloom, motion blur, depth of field, shadows sometimes. Like, you might not care so much about the detail of shadows. You might actually want your game to run at a higher frame rate. Well, but that's what I'm saying, Sound Void, is even if there are issues with compatibility, how long does it really take to solve those issues for something as simple as just allowing control rebinds? You know, it's not like you're gonna go gold in a week and you're trying to add a whole new system to the game. And I feel like that's something that you could plan for fairly early in the development process. And, you know, budget for, like, the 6 hours it would take at absolute most for a junior level programmer to solve that problem. Yeah, exactly, Stark Realm. The developers that go out of their way to disable those options on consoles when they already exist in the PC version of the game, like... Well, Azrael, one of the problems with Resident Evil 8 is that it is, again, a Japanese game. And Japanese developers are accustomed to developing games for consoles. Because PC gaming is nowhere near as big in Japan as console gaming. It never has been, and it's only even now really starting to become more prevalent. So all these developers that are accustomed to developing for consoles, they've never even had to think about things like filters or frame rate. And that's why you keep getting these Japanese dev teams like FromSoft that even today don't seem to understand why it's a bad idea to tie game speed to frame rate. Because when you're developing games for a console, especially older consoles, like the ones that the Japanese game industry has been developing games for the past 35 years, frame rate was never something they had to worry about. And now that gaming PCs are becoming more financially accessible to a wider global consumer market, those developers who have only ever thought they had a reason to learn how to develop for consoles are now struggling to catch up, or else they don't think that there's a need for them to catch up. They just keep making games for consoles, and then they figure they'll port those games to PC and it'll be fine. Well, Lyokin, yes, that is still a problem. Okay, Wayward, have a good one. Take care of yourself. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate that. Have a good night. It's always a pleasure to see you. looks like we only have 24 more dragon fossils to go. This should actually, unironically, it should go by relatively quickly. Hey Nikita, welcome! Yeah, go on. Oh, okay, Nikita, I'm sorry. There are so many people in chat who have purple usernames on my screen, I guess I missed it. Breakfast, in all seriousness, I wouldn't mind if you did that, because the yellow does kind of hurt the eyes. Because, yeah, on my screen right now, Artista, Nikita, Sound Void, well, the three of them, anyway, all have usernames that are the exact same color of purple. Oh, and, Afro Sama Senpai has almost the same shade of purple. As does Izaku. Izaku has the same shade as Artista and the others. Warrior, yours is red. To me, anyway. I feel like, sometimes Twitch assigns people... I think what it is if you haven't selected a specific color for your username, Twitch just assigns you a random one each time chat gets reloaded. Which explains, Warrior, why it's blue for you but red for me. I'm pretty sure that in order for it to be the same color for everybody, you have to just manually designate a color. Like, I have mine set to a sort of goldish orange, because it fits the branding and the art assets on my Twitch channel. Hello, Squid King! No, not today. I'm resting my voice. As much as I would like to, I can't do those food streams all the time, because they really, really strain my voice. Amazing, Artista. Oh, very good, Breakfast. Actually, that makes your username a lot easier to look at. I know you were joking, but thank you for making the change. Yeah, I eventually become able to tell who has designated a color for their username and who has not. because people who come back to the stream multiple times, if their username is the same color every time, then it's pretty obvious. Whereas if your username is a different color every time, then it's easy enough to tell that you haven't set a color for it. Right, Artista? I know. That's our breakfast, huh? Cobra, Virginia's summon is one of the worst, most useless summons in the game, unfortunately. It does proportional damage according to how many FP Virginia has. So if Virginia has 56 FP, then the summon will theoretically deal 56% of the enemy's max HP. So if she has 100 FP, the summon can instantly kill enemies by doing 100% of their health. However, it has like an 80 or 85% chance of missing, and there is nothing you can do to increase its accuracy. And most enemies in the game that you would actually want to use it on are completely immune to it. So it's just a worthless summon. And again, a very bad piece of design by the developers. This is one of those games where the developers are... they just seem to have been absolutely terrified of giving the player anything actually powerful or comparable to what the enemies have to use against you. Azrael, you are dark blue. The purple that Yami and Breakfast and Nikita are using is, well, it's purple. And yours is blue. Oh, I don't know who told you that, Yami, but Breakfast decided it was, so... Oh, the Lucky Shot summon, Stark Realm, yeah. Again, I really wish you could skip summon animations in this game, because they get old after a while. Oh, okay, Azrael, I see. $23. So we have 22 left. Oh, okay, Yami, I see. Oh, he had you at pun point. Oh no, Yami. You'd better call the humor police. Oh, Azrael, which flag is that? I would like to enable that flag. Well, Breakfast, I mean... I wasn't gonna say anything, but... Nikita, I don't think we were talking about just Twitch. I think it was more of a general statement about the web browser, if I understood correctly. Oh, okay, Nikita. Yeah, I think Azrael is talking about Chromium-based browsers specifically. I don't think I've ever even heard of a browser called Vivaldi, now that you mention it. Oh, okay, thank you, Azrael. I really appreciate that. Thank you for digging up the link to that setting. Force dark mode for web contents enabled. Yeah, Sound Void. I mean, why would you not? Why would you ever not use dark mode? I can definitely understand why you would be, Azrael. That is a very valuable piece of information. Afro, that sounds terrible. Are you talking about where they just use the light mode scheme, but they literally put a negative color filter on it? Because if that's the case, then that has got to be one of the circles of hell. You've had to build tools for clients before and they only ever request dark theme? Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like light themes contribute to eye damage. Oh, yeah, Azrael. I mean, I can relate to that to a certain extent as a content creator. So much of what I do requires me to stare at a screen. You know, so much of what I do is online and requires a computer, and I can't. If I had to just live with light mode all the time, I would be blind by now. Really, Strofart? You used to play Wild Arms 3 with your mother? I'm impressed to hear that. Well, welcome. Thanks for dropping by. And also, that immediately makes your mom pretty cool, Strofhart. Props to her. Lyukin, that sounds to me more like just a badly designed dark mode theme. No kidding, Strophheart. Hello, Third Impact, welcome! Third Impact, I want you to know, I haven't had a chance to reply to them yet, but I saw the pictures you posted on the Discord of the cakes and stuff that you made. GG! Those look fantastic. Oh, all dark modes, Lyukin, really? Yeah, Sound Void, I wouldn't be able to either. That'd be just a little bit too painful for me, visually. Yeah, Artista, and I have to say, from having searched through quite a lot of them to find ones that worked for me, there are a lot of very poorly made dark mode themes out there. Hey, I'm just being honest, Third Impact. You're the one who did all the hard work and made the good cakes and pastries. I hope they did, Afro. Quite a lot of people use GitHub. Milky Way stuffed caramel blondies. Now that is extravagant. I approve. Yikes, Sound Void. That might well have been the equivalent of having a flashlight in your face. I don't know how many lumens that translates to, but probably too many. Hey, Lynn, welcome. Good to see you. I did not ask that, Breakfast. You offered and I said sure. Oh, do you work with a lot of graphic designers, Sound Void? Or, concept artists? Yeah, no, Third Impact, I hope it's clear that I wouldn't actually genuinely ask people to do that. Although, in Breakfast's case, it was an improvement, because that yellow his username was previously was really hard on the eyes. No, 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 Strophheart, you don't have to. Ah, no kidding, Third Impact. What did you bring home? They have those displays with blinders on them? Jeez. Sound Void. They're that bright, huh? Lyokin, I don't know if you caught it, but Breakfast was joking. I didn't actually ask people to do that. And I wouldn't. Very good, Third Impact. Would you care to elaborate? Or are your purchases super secret? Okay, Lyokin, I just want to make sure that you don't feel like, you were asked to do something unreasonable. Honestly, Breakfast, I kind of miss the purple. That yellow-green is a little bit less garish, but only a little. That stands to reason, Sound Void. I would only use a display that bright if I absolutely had to, and even then, I would turn down the brightness as much as I possibly could. Yeah, actually, Breakfast, that one is okay. That one's not too bad. I don't know why, Breakfast, but I feel like a darker, maybe more muted red would be appropriate for you. Again, I'm not sure what my reasoning is there. It's just a feeling. Something a little bit darker than Third Impact's. Just as an example. What'd you get, Third Impact? You got Ashura's Wrath. Wow. Yeah, you're lucky you didn't pay 3 digits for that. Enchanted Arms. Okay. That's a classic. Folklore! No kidding, I haven't played that game in ages. I don't think I've touched it since I did the LP of it way, way back, like a decade ago on YouTube. GG finding it for a decent price. Morrowind? Okay, Freedom Fighters, Project Winback. Of course, right. Matt and James Small would recommend a game like that. And then MGS3 Subsistence. Very good. Congratulations on your acquisitions, Third Impact. That's a good set of games right there. Yeah, Breakfast, that's perfect. I don't even know why, but I feel like it's the right color for you. What do you think, Breakfast? Does it feel right to you? Because it still stands out to me enough for me to be able to know that it's you. Although the length of your username also helps with that as well. But it's a lot easier on the eyes than that yellow you had before. You like it? Okay, good. Well, I like it, so if you also like it, then, stick with it. You know, Nikita, that might be where my mind subconsciously went with that. That might be why my subconscious was saying, yeah, dark red. Ten more fossils. Third Impact, you might be able to find a key generator for that to solve that problem. Or that, nobleman, or that. I mean, technically, Third Impact, you do own a license now. Since you bought the discs. Well, we are slowly but surely accumulating those fossils. Really, Third Impact? That must have been a very successful and unique store if they had an Atari 5200 and a Super Famicom still in the box. Also, Third Impact, my heart sinks a little bit to hear that this was your first time ever seeing a real GameCube. I used to own one, actually, but I donated it to one of the organizations I used to work at with kids on the autism spectrum. Which, in retrospect, I kind of wish I hadn't done, but at the very least, it went to a home where it was going to get very, very well used and well loved. Well, nobleman, at least in my experience, when you work with a population like that for any length of time, you, I don't know, you start to care about them, and maybe you get a little bit attached. So you want to do nice things for them and spoil them, because they usually have pretty miserable living situations. Yeah, Third Impact, I would bet any amount of money you've seen GameCube controllers plugged into a Wii or a Wii U. Because that became the primary use of GameCube controllers due to the fact that the Wii and the Wii U just had such bad controllers of their own. Oh no, Sound Void, I'm sorry to hear that. I had no idea. Yeah, Lyokin, I would never ever use the regular Wiimote if I had a GameCube controller on hand. Well, Artista, I think that problem is why they designed the Wii U Pro controller. Because all of a sudden, Nintendo started selling the Wii and the Wii U, and then nobody was buying controllers for those consoles. But suddenly, everybody was buying up GameCube controllers. And I guess Nintendo eventually put two and two together and went, oh, oops. Well, that's really nice of you, Third Impact. So they also do modifications on old consoles rather than just, or in addition to just sales? It might be part of the reason, Lyoken. No, Uhane, I haven't had a chance yet. I've been very busy between yesterday and today, and I've just not had time. Well, Breakfast, I will say, with all the red in and green in chat now, it definitely feels a little bit more like Christmas. Cobra, if I remember correctly, and maybe somebody else can weigh in on this as well, because my memory of this is a little bit fuzzy. But Cobra, you see where it says send a message at the bottom of chat in the window where you type? There's an icon in the left side of that little window that has your chat badge in it. You click on that icon and it'll open a menu, and I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in there. Yeah, Third Impact, everybody who's got an Xbox or a PS4 is going to eventually have that problem. I'm going to have to figure out what to do about that myself. Ah, there you go, Cobra. You got it. It did indeed work. Three dragon fossils. Awesome. 2 more to go. Yes, Breakfast, even yellow. Though goodness knows why you would pick that. Oh, is that the problem with the original Xbox Third Impact? Is that the battery actually leaks acid and physically destroys the main board? Stark Realm, you're using a darker yellow than he was, though. I know it's available on the web app, Ned. I don't know if it's available on mobile or, consoles. Screaming in your sleep recently, Yohane? Probably a sign of stress. Or else, poor quality sleep. Wow, Third Impact. Okay, yeah, that is definitely worse in a way. Alright, 45 dragon fossils. Excellent. Uhane, you may not directly be able to. The best advice I can give you is, if you think you might be really stressed out, try to work on reducing your stress level. Or if you're not sleeping deeply enough to be totally asleep, maybe get some additional exercise during the day, and maybe being a little bit more tired will help you stay asleep and not do that. There are any number of things that can be causing that, Uhane, and I'm not really in a position to diagnose. I don't know enough about your particular situation. Never mind that I don't have the medical background for that. Alright. Let's save the game before anything else. Alright, Cobra, good night! Take care of yourself and rest well! Thank you for hanging out today! Oh, we can only use warp stars on the world map. Right. Uhane, both of those things are very likely possibilities. If you're a stressed out high school student failing all of your classes, that will definitely contribute to waking up in the middle of the night screaming. And I'm not joking there, that totally could. And also, if you're sleeping on a cot, chances are that's going to be super uncomfortable and could very well be contributing as well. Those are the two places that I would start, although, unfortunately, it sounds as though you've got a little bit more control over one than the other. Okay, Sound Void, good night. Thank you for hanging out, and good luck with your early day tomorrow. Hang in there. Alright. Now let's see. Yes, ultra frame, that's what we want. That is quite considerable weight that it adds, but we go from... we more than triple our defense and magic defense. Okay, but we're going over our weight limit, which means we lose max HP. And the solution to that is a better power plant. So let's check the cost on that. 50. Alright, well... that's going to be a little while longer, but... oh, your grandmother's house and the cot's the best place you can sleep. Uhane, there are things you can do to make it a little bit more comfortable, actually. Tell me a little bit more about your living situation, Uhane. Are you permanently at your grandmother's house, and are you sleeping in your own room? It sounds like you're sharing a room with your sister, if she's complaining to you that you're screaming in the middle of the night. A little bit more information would be helpful, and I might be able to make some recommendations as to things you could use to make the best of a bad situation. No, I didn't hear that, Third Impact. But I'm glad to hear it. Okay, we've gotten this dialogue already. Oh, actually, we don't want to be on horseback for this. We want to head to Westwood. They usually are Stark Realm, but it's still better than nothing, and it's a glimpse at a lost game, you know? Oh, okay, Third Impact. I was wondering why it ended up being such a special thing to you, but that gives me a little bit of background and perspective. Yeah, if you're a Dreamcast fan, then I can see why you'd be happy about that. Visiting your grandmother, sharing a room with your sister, also been putting a blanket over the cot because that fabric is coarse. Okay. Uhane, are you going to be there long term, or are you just visiting for a few days? Because if you're only going to be there for a few days, then chances are, once you're back home in your own bed, things will start to improve. If you are stuck there on a more long-term basis, though, there are a couple of things I can recommend to make yourself a little bit more comfortable. Although I suppose you would have to either ask for them, or if you have money saved up that you can spend on them, you could do that. Till this Sunday for now. Oh, you'll be working there for the summer. Okay. So, Uhane, when you say a cot... Yeah, Strophart, it does sound a little bit like sleep paralysis. Although maybe not quite as severe. Let me dig up a couple of things for you, Uhane. Alright, give me just a sec here. So, Uhane... When you describe sleeping on a cot... Hang on, I need to tiny URL this because, so is it something like this? Or is it, is it something a little bit more like, oh no, this is not happening? Alright, hold that thought, Uhane. Kara and Andy! Andy, I take it you must have raided Kara before Kara decided to come raid us. Everyone, thank you so much. Alright. Hang on. Kara, thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate that. Okay. Alright, everyone, please. I know I talk about her a lot, but she deserves it, and there are good reasons why, so please do yourselves a tremendous favor and go follow my friend Kara. She is a classically trained pianist and a darn good one. She's unbelievably talented. She plays lots of different music, but lots of video game music as well. And she has relatively recently started streaming video games too. And she's just as good at that as she is at playing the piano. And she is just an unbelievably kind and sweet and gentle and all-around wonderful and lovely individual. This will be the best thing you've done for yourselves all year. Go follow her, please. And hello, everyone coming in with the raid. Thank you all so much. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Badly most of the time. And I get distracted very easily as well. I'm not very good at dividing my attention, and when I do have to divide it, chat tends to take priority. Which you might already have figured out, but all the same, thank you all so much. Thank you all for dropping by. I'm guessing Kara probably couldn't find any other pianists to raid, so you've all ended up here. I know how it goes. Shh! Willie, don't tell anyone! We're trying to build up her image here, okay? She wanted to raid me since... Oh, okay. Gotcha, Ruby. Well, that was very kind. I imagine she's probably already gone off to get some dinner and some rest. And That's totally okay. I totally understand. Yeah, I figured as much. Thank you guys for clarifying. Yeah, I know, she likes to get to bed at a decent hour, which is something I haven't experienced in probably 15 or 20 years. No, who am I kidding? I've never experienced getting to bed at a decent hour. So, I envy those who are able to do it, and they have my full support. Oh, taking care of Rue. Okay, that makes sense too, Willie. But be that as it may, I guess now I really have to perform, don't I? I have to actually play the game instead of just sitting here and talking to chat. You know, Stark Realm, it's a bit of an alien concept to me as well. I am not the best at sleep. I'm the wrong person to ask about it, if we're honest. Well, Nobleman, the shofar isn't really a musical instrument as such. I do have some rudimentary musical talent, but definitely not professional. I've never been trained or taught. My only musical proficiency is with folk instruments, where you don't really get a formal education in something like the low whistle or the harmonica, you know? And the shofar isn't so much an instrument as it is something that you use to annoy your neighbors. If you have neighbors that for whatever reason you don't like, you go outdoors at 3 a.m. with your shofar and you wake up everybody within a 3-kilometer radius. 'Cause that's how that works. Well, Stark Realm, bagpipes or maybe the accordion or the banjo, depending upon how unflattering a comparison you want to make, I guess, but... Yeah, people bag on the bagpipes all the time. I didn't even realize what I was just saying there. That was totally unintentional. But, yeah, there are worse instruments. The bagcordion, Stark Realm? Please tell me that's a joke. Please tell me that's not real. No, I'm not one to discriminate when it comes to instruments because, folk musicians kind of get a bad rap as well, and I've never impressed anybody by playing the harmonica or the low whistle. Or the shakuhachi, for that matter, or the fife, but here we are. Yeah, Stark Realm, I'm relieved to hear that it was a joke, but that's the sort of thing that could very easily be real. I mean, if you had told me without a kappa that the bagcordion was a real instrument, I might have believed you, since my hands aren't exactly free to corroborate it and look it up myself. Alright, Stroveheart, good night, take care! Thank you so much for dropping by. Ariantes, I am not familiar enough with the Lord of the Rings canon to be able to confirm or refute that. I will tell you, however, that the shofar is a traditional biblical instrument that is used in Jewish ceremonies. They have a wide variety of different shapes and sizes, but generally speaking, they look like this. It's basically a horn made from a ram's horn, or sometimes another horn, another type of horn, depending upon what region of the world they come from and what animals are available. Some are made from ram's horn, some are made from a kudu horn. Oh, okay, Stark Realm, then it probably isn't real. It is an interesting game, Robbie. I regret that you guys caught me at a bit of a lull where I'm now trying to acquire some materials. I'm basically doing a little bit of farming, as it were. And I'm trying to acquire some materials to upgrade a vehicle that we just recently acquired. We just got the Sandcraft. And I've been getting trashed by monsters that you fight in the Sandcraft, and so I'm trying to upgrade it a little bit. Well, Ariantes, I suppose there's nothing stopping you from decorating the tip of a staff with a ram's horn. Come to think of it, it would make a pretty impressive-looking staff. Oh, you bought Resonance of Fate 3rd Impact. Excellent. Nobleman, I can't even imagine how an instrument like that would sound. Well, Robbie, so at least this way you'll get a look at the battle system, and we might even do a few battles on the Sandcraft, because there's only one more Sandcraft component I still need, and we are 45 dragon fossils away from getting it. And honestly, it's not so bad farming for these things. They do drop relatively frequently, so hopefully we won't be here for too much longer. But congratulations on getting your hands on Resonance of Fate 3rd Impact. I really, I wish I'd had an opportunity to play that game, but I'm glad that you will have the chance. You've recently found yourself listening to people who say metal? You thought they didn't exist? Yeah, there are still a few of them left. They're few and far between because they come from a generation that is getting on in their years now, but they do still exist. Oh, is it on PSN, Azriel? Really? Bolandur, I'm going to call you Bolandur if that's all right. That's a long username. That's a mouthful. But yes, there are still Gen Xers, and oh, look at this! All the raids tonight. Oh my goodness, Red! Hello and welcome. This is a surprise, Red, but a pleasant one. Hang on a moment. Thank you so much for the raid, Red. It's great to see you. Let me hook you up with a shout out, because that's the standard thing to do. Guys, my friend Red over at Call Me Red 10, she is just an adorable individual and one of the most energetic people I've ever met in my life. I don't know how she does it. I don't know where she gets her energy, but I wish I had even a fraction of the energy that she has. Red, they're all asleep. But that's all right. I've got this. Well, they're all asleep, Red, or they have all just been accepted to PhD programs. So they've got a couple of other things they have to do today. But please, check out Red. She's so sweet and just a ton of fun. She plays mainly JRPGs, which I suspect might be why she's chosen to grace us with her presence for this raid. And she is just an all-around very entertaining young lady. And to anybody coming in with a raid from Red, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Usually not well, and I usually have a hard time focusing, but... Oh, you played Overwatch today. Okay, Red, gotcha. Alright, Uhane, I want you to know I haven't forgotten about you. Let me take a minute here, Uhane, because I did make you a promise. Are you still here? Please tell me you haven't left. Jin, I feel like maybe you've just woken up in somebody else's stream after falling asleep. I figured you probably missed the raid, and now you're here. Hello and welcome. Uhane, you are here. Okay. Oh, you went to eat. Okay, Jin. Alright, Uhane, I did still intend to answer your question. Give me a moment here. I apparently have to reconnect my controller to the PS5 because when Red came by with the raid, I accidentally dropped it and it unplugged, and now the console has decided not to detect it anymore. Ugh. Why, Sony? Why must you design your hardware like this? Bear with me, everyone. I'm sorry. Why can't the controller just stay synced by Bluetooth like I told it to? There we go. Okay, yes. Thank you. And now I'm gonna have to set it once again, I suspect, to... wireless controller, okay. Well, it says wireless. Communication method, use Bluetooth, please. Alright. I feel like there's a problem with the design of a console if this sort of thing happens when the controller gets unplugged. Okay. I sincerely apologize, everybody. Red, are you happy? Look what you've done! Your PS3 just collects dust now? I still use mine occasionally. I've actually been meaning to stream a couple of PS3 games. Or technically PS1 or 2 games that are backwards compatible on the PS3. In any case, Red, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. And Uhane, I have not forgotten about you. Let me just... No problem, Red. Please go get some food. Go take care of yourself. And thank you again for the raid, Red. We should catch up sometime soon when things aren't quite as crazy. Alright. Let me... Because, Uhane, you were asking about... Okay, here we go. So, one of the things that you can do, Uhane, to alleviate the discomfort of having to sleep on a cot is you can use something like this. And actually, it looks like there's a pretty decent deal on this right now. There is... So this is a memory foam pad that normally you would put on top of a mattress. But what you can do with it is... if you're stuck sleeping on a cot, you can put it on the cot, and it will provide some extra softness and cushioning that will not only insulate you from the really rough and unpleasant cloth of the cot, but it will give you a little bit better support, and it will help you sleep better. Another thing that you can do is to get a pillow if you don't already have one. I certainly hope you do. But if for some reason you don't, you could get a pillow to use on the cot, and preferably a nice soft one. Although you might prefer one with a little bit more neck support, depending. Cots are not very good at neck support. And there are also... Here we go. There are also contour pillows for if you prefer to sleep on your side. And what you do with these is you put them between your knees or your thighs, and they help to distribute the pressure from your legs so that you don't wake up with your knees having been in contact with each other all night, and then your knees are sore. And those can help as well. They help redistribute pressure, and they might help you sleep a bit better. You do have a pillow. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. A comforter on the cot. Yeah, you might try... If all you have is blankets, you can fold up a bunch of blankets and put them underneath you and kind of make a makeshift mattress in that, that regard. But something to just soften the cot a little bit and make it a little bit more bearable to sleep on. If you have access to a floor fan for the summertime, you might find that the floor fan will help keep you a little bit more cool during the night so you don't overheat from the comforter. And sometimes also the white noise from a floor fan can be calming and can help you sleep. Other than that, the best thing I can recommend would be some, maybe a little bit more exercise during the day to tire yourself out more. And if it's still serious, Uhane, the next step is you might want to consult with either a chiropractic specialist or someone who specializes in ergonomics. An occupational therapist would be able to help you with that possibly as well. I mean, I am one, but without taking a much more detailed look at your case, I wouldn't be able to make any more specific recommendations. Or if you think it might be a medical issue, you should consult a doctor. Or a professional in a relevant field. Because it could potentially be an issue that a doctor might help you with, or possibly an issue that a therapist might be able to help with. Well, Uhane, I'm glad I can be helpful in that regard. But I don't know that I can be the entire solution, unfortunately. Yeah, Uhane, then that would definitely be a good place to start, because my guess is that's a significant contributing factor to the issues you're having with sleep. Bolander, Uhane sleeps on a cot. At least at the moment. A couch would be a step up, unfortunately, from that. Oh, Bolander, I'll link you something. Hang on. Oh, okay, you're from the UK and you're extremely drunk. Got it. In that case, let me help you. Hang on just a moment. That is a cot. So, Uhane, I hope that helps even a little bit, but it sounds to me as though the issue is probably a little bit more complicated than just a couple of ergonomic modifications are going to fix. Exactly, Bolander. Yeah, it's basically a very, very utilitarian portable bed. No mattress. Really, it's basically just a more solid hammock is what it is. Like a hard hammock, you could call it. They're not, Stephen Ellis. I've had to sleep on them before a number of times, and they are not pleasant. Yeah, I wish I could do a little bit more for you directly, Uhane, but it sounds to me as though you're going to at least need a memory foam pad and maybe something else to help soften the cot a little bit. Maybe a fan to help regulate your body temperature at night, and really maybe a consultation with a chiropractor, or a home consultation with an OT. Well, we're gonna have to do this the annoying way. Well, Uhane, my heart goes out to you, and I really wish that that didn't have to be the case for your generation. Not that it isn't for quite a lot of my generation either, but... Well, Stark, if Uhane lives in the United States, they might have to go through a general practitioner to get a referral to a specialist anyway. Different rules for that in different countries. Warrior air mattresses are a bit of a mixed bag. I slept on an air mattress for a while as well. I've done so on a number of occasions, but the longest I had to use one was about a month. And air mattresses long-term are not a good solution either. I mean, they can be a little bit better than a cot, but they have just basically where a cot has a certain set of ergonomic problems with providing insufficient back support. An air mattress basically just replaces that set of problems with a different set of problems for back support. It does provide a very, very little bit more in the way of softness, Warrior, but as far as actual support, unless it's a segmented air mattress that has multiple chambers in it, it's basically going to be like sleeping on a blob. And that doesn't work very well. Oh, okay, Uhane, that's an entirely different situation then. That is something where you're going to just need to get out of that living situation. Or... I mean, there's not really too much you can do to control another person's treatment of you, but getting out of that situation probably is the best you're going to be able to do. Bolander, fortunately, I think I'm done sleeping on rocks for one lifetime. I've been thoroughly put off of camping and being outdoors. And I intend to be an indoor person for the rest of my life if I have anything to do with it. Well, Bolander, if I do, it'll be against my will. That's all I'm saying. I have bloody well had enough of sleeping on rocks and tree roots for one lifetime, and frankly, probably for more than one lifetime. Well, you can have it, Bolander. I'll give you my tent. You can have my camping stove. Who am I kidding? I don't own those things. I haven't been outdoors since I was 12. That's not entirely true. I have been grocery shopping a couple of times since I was 12. But other than that, I sleep upside down in a coffin, and I never go outside during the daytime. I love garlic, though. I don't know how to explain that. Nah, Bolander, I'm not funny. You're just drunk. Everything's funny when you're drunk. I think. I don't know. I don't drink. You tell me. 13, so we are 37 away. Uhane, if you were in a situation where you had to legitimately share a cot, I would offer you to just come stay with me. Because that's unacceptable, to have to share something like a cot. Granted, I don't think I could really offer you that much better. You'd be pretty much sleeping in an armchair here. And you'd have to get a German passport. Well, Starkrealm, I'm not saying that they're mutually exclusive. It's possible. But it will forever remain a mystery to me. And that is perfectly all right. Well, I appreciate the effort, Bolander. I mean, I guess you get a little bit of credit for trying. Warrior, I feel like that's a little bit different. Because, that way you at least have your girlfriend as a mattress. Oh, sorry, did I say the quiet thing out loud again? Whoops. Nobleman, I don't know if that would be helpful or a hindrance. Nobleman, I thought I made that perfectly clear. Don't make me say it outright. Well, Starkrealm, yes, that is an important point of consideration. Fair enough, Warrior. Fair enough. Uhane, you'll pretty much have no choice. Because I don't have the money to be going out to eat all the time. And I mean, it's not like we'd be able to go out to eat all the time anyway because of COVID. So until that situation gets sorted out, I unfortunately am stuck and unable to record any more episodes of the Fine Dining series for YouTube, which makes me really sad. Hello, the Doctor! Welcome! Or I should say, welcome back! Did you just finish a stream, the Doctor? Or were you just chillin'? Uhane, I think you'd probably get tired of living with me pretty quickly, if I'm honest. You can't play Blues Ocarina? Blues Ocarina, Nobleman? What do you... Do you mean you can't play Blues on the Ocarina? Or are you talking about you can't play Proto Man's theme from Mega Man on the Ocarina? Oh, okay. Neither of those. You can't play the Ocarina on the Blues scale. Just chilling. Okay, gotcha, Doctor. Tomorrow's your long stream day. I see. Oh, I believe it, the Doctor. You're going to have those last few followers before you know it. Those stragglers are going to find their way in. Before you can say, oh, hey, look, I'm affiliate now. Well, Bolander, I'm pretty sure that that would probably work both ways. I'm very territorial. And I have done my level best to avoid having a roommate in any of the living situations that I've had, except for the one living situation in which I was living with a girlfriend, but obviously that's a little bit different, because that's the whole point of that situation, is being together. But any situation other than that, I like my space. Well, no, Uhane, I mean, I feel like that's apples to oranges. That's a totally, totally different situation. I appreciate the gesture there, Uhane, and I can assure you I'm definitely not as bad as that, but I also would not... Like, if I had somebody staying with me under my roof who basically was staying with me as a refugee from that sort of living situation, that would be different. Like, I wouldn't be as inclined to be sharp with a person in that situation. I would, at the very least, I would like to think anyway, have some modicum of sympathy. Let's not, Bolander. No, the Doctor, I'm actually just 3 ducks in a man's suit. Wah. I've really been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes quite well this past 36 years. Welcome back, Lord Louise. Nobleman, I'm not saying that the ducks haven't been replaced at one point or another. I'm not saying that one of the deceased ducks has not been swapped out for a fresh one on occasion. Oh, okay. Stark Realm, the hamsters are the ones who made the suit. Lord Louise, you've been playing too much Yakuza 7. Ah, at least he knows. Stark Realm, the lizards procured the materials. Alright, how are we doing on fossils? 18. Almost halfway there. At the very least, I'm glad that the enemies that I have to farm for this are not difficult to kill. Oh, excellent. There's 2 dragon fossils, so, 20 now. Stephen Ellis, so I am after dragon fossils. I have 20 right now. I need 50, so 30 more. And it just ends up being that this is the best place to acquire them, because the groups of enemies in this dungeon are, first of all, very easy to kill, because it's an early dungeon, and you can encounter groups of enemies here with more enemies in them than anywhere else that's accessible to us in the game at this point. Which gives us the... and here's actually the optimal battle group here. There are 6 enemies. So this gives us 6 independent chances for a dragon fossil. Although for practical purposes, the drop rate on those things is low enough that you never actually get 6. So the dragon fossils are used to upgrade a vehicle that I have just gained access to and which I now need to use to explore pretty much 3/4 of the world map. And the enemies that you run into while you're riding this vehicle are quite a bit stronger than the ones that you run into on foot or on horseback. And there are certain parts of the world map where the sandcraft enemies, the enemies you run into in the sandcraft, which is what this vehicle is, they are so strong that I'm actually having trouble fighting them in the sandcraft right now, and... Oh, okay, well, we're out of, Alright then. There we go. Oh, no, Lord Louise, we'll still be getting in battles on horseback. Because horses are still the most efficient way to traverse land. The sandcraft is basically this game's equivalent of a boat. So... we will still have plenty of use for the horses. And now I need to go back to Clybourne and rest. So actually, Lord Louise, you'll get to see the horses in action right now, because we have to... well, we don't have to, but... I'll do one battle on horseback. Just because we can. Oh, and a dragon fossil. Great. So now we need to rest and restore everybody's material count, and I don't remember whether you can raise your material count above 9, but I want to say that you can. I'm pretty sure I remember being able to, anyway. Alright, Uhane, hang in there, and for what it's worth, please know that, you are in my thoughts, and I really wish the best for you. I hope that you're able to get yourself into a better living situation as soon as possible. And I genuinely wish there were more I could do for you. Take care of yourself as best you can. You would think that, Ghost Mutton. But I think the idea is that there are just, like, every enemy around the world map, like just regular monsters, they eat them. They're just wandering around chewing on dragon fossils, and then when you defeat them, they cough them back up, and you get to keep them. I guess. I mean, there was that one boss that you fight for the first 15 dragon fossils that you use to build the Sandcraft, where the boss explicitly, you're told by an NPC, eats dragon fossils, and then when you defeat the boss, you get the dragon fossils that it had eaten, and you use them to build the Sandcraft. Well, Ghost Mutton, there sort of were. But dragons in this universe are a little bit different. Basically, in the Wild Arms canon, a dragon is essentially a living robot in the shape of a dragon. They were, I think, originally technology that was used by the demons during the war between the demons and humanity that is covered in Wild Arms 1 and 2. But by the time period in the Wild Arms timeline where this game takes place, dragons are basically ancient artifacts, and there are very few of them left. And most of the ones that are left are buried in ruins or basically just buried underground in pieces, dead. Ah, blast it, I didn't mean to use Virginia. Ugh. There are a couple of situations in this game, Ghost Mutton, where you fight dragons. And when we get there, you'll have a better idea of what the deal is with them. It's probably easier to see it than to have me try to describe it. And I am looking forward to getting to that point in the game, because they had a very interesting way that they handled dragons in this game, as well as battles with dragons. What element am I still short on here? We're short on ice. Alright, let me actually make sure to use the right character this time. 3 dragon fossils. Now that's a good yield. On a 4-enemy battle, that's a 75% return. That's the kind of odds I like. Clip things and upload them to Discord. Well, the Doctor, if you're talking about things from your own YouTube channel, you don't need to clip them, you can highlight them. As long as you have Twitch set to save your VOD, you can go back through your VOD anytime before it expires, and you can manually select parts of it to save permanently as highlights. And any highlights that you save will not automatically be deleted by Twitch. They'll be preserved forever. Lord Louise, any tea that claims it helps you sleep is a load of hooey. The most that any kind of non-medicinal, non-narcotic beverage can do to help you sleep is to have a placebo effect and just help you relax a little bit psychologically. Herbal remedies that claim to help you sleep are nonsense unless they actually contain an active compound that has narcotic properties. And for obvious reasons, you usually cannot get those over the counter. Yeah, Ghost Mutton, the Wild Arms series definitely does something a little bit different with dragons, which I appreciate. I mean, they're essentially still dragons, but they work a little bit differently, and I feel like any difference is better than none. Oh, okay, Lord Louise. Well, that's totally fine. If it's something that you enjoy, then obviously keep drinking it, you know? Keep enjoying it. I just can't help but roll my eyes every time I walk down the aisle at a grocery store and I see bottled drinks with labels like detoxify or de-stress. And the first ingredient is just cheap black tea, and the second ingredient is sugar. Or, you know, bottled beverages that claim to have health benefits or be good for you because they contain a fraction of a milligram of turmeric or something. And then the main ingredient is like apple juice. Dolo, I don't know about that. It genuinely does have some fantasy elements. I mean, we're using magic, and there are basically guardian spirits. It's I guess, to turn a phrase, sci-fantasy. I'm sure that already exists. I'm sure that's not my, my original idea. Well, Warrior, they'll certainly help you to relax when you crash from the caffeine or the sugar high. Because then you'll be unconscious. But the 6 or 7 hours leading up to that are going to be pretty exciting. The Doctor, that honestly depends more upon them than upon me. That depends whether they have a slot for a guest and whether I am relevant to whatever the topic of the podcast is, you know? Well, Lord Louise, that's just what folk remedies are, right? You know, that's par for the course. I might even have an idea of what tea shop you're talking about, actually, if it's in Manhattan. Oh, the Doctor, I don't have anything to add to that conversation. I haven't played an MMO since I quit Final Fantasy XI in, like, 2008. If they ever do a podcast about food or something, or if Elden Ring somehow ends up being podcast-worthy, then maybe, but at this point, I don't even think Elden Ring exists. I still think it's a practical joke by Miyazaki and G.R.R. Martin. Lord Louise, it isn't by any chance on Elizabeth Street, is it? Oh, the heck with that, Ghost Mutton. I already did a video on that on YouTube. I'm not spending another 45 minutes explaining that convoluted hot mess again. Okay, yeah, Lord Louise, if it's on Elizabeth Street, then I'm pretty sure I know where it is. Because Elizabeth Street is pretty much at the heart of Chinatown in Manhattan. But I'm willing to bet that it's either somewhere near, if not on, Elizabeth Street. Or one of the adjoining streets as well, it could be. We must be maxed out on mini carrots by now, I would think. We sure are. Jeez. And actually, we probably ought to just be using tiny flowers to boost everybody's luck. I don't know if the item drops are affected by the luck stat of anyone other than whomever deals the killing blow to the enemy. But just in case they are, maybe we'll see enough of a difference now to be able to tell for sure. Oh, yeah, Cloud Circus. The dragon fossils are used if you speak to that vendor. I don't want to necessarily spoil this for you, although I guess if you stick around, you'll probably see what they're for anyway, but That vendor who asks you for 15 dragon fossils, talk to her and select chat. And when she asks you a question, say yes. And tell her that you're interested in hearing her offer. And she'll take you into her garage, and she'll show you exactly what she wants the dragon fossils for. And no, taking you into her garage is not a euphemism for something. She's not building a giant bad dragon. It's something legit, I promise. Oh, okay, Cloud. So you already... Okay. Well, in that case, disregard what I just said, because you've already seen it. Yeah, she needs the 15 dragon fossils to finish building the sandcraft. But once the sandcraft is built, Cloud Circus, you then need to bring her more dragon fossils to upgrade it. And there are 4 different parts of the sandcraft that you can upgrade. You can upgrade the main gun, the harpoon, the frame, and the engine. And each upgrade costs a certain amount of additional dragon fossils. The upgrade I'm working on right now is 50. So, actually, Cloud Circus, you might do well to make a note of what I'm doing here, because this is the best way to get dragon fossils early in the game, as soon as you get the sandcraft, where I'll show you where we are, first of all. So, we are at the Serpent's Coils dungeon, which is located right near the town of Clybourne, which is, I believe, the 3rd town that you go to in the beginning of the game. If you have access to Jolly Roger, you should also be able to get here. And once you have access to the town of Clybourne, you're going to come to this dungeon anyway as part of the main story. The main story will take you here. So you'll just follow the tracks east from the town of Clybourne, and you end up here. And in the beginning of this dungeon, the only enemy that you run into is these jelly blob things, which are immune to physical attacks, but they're weak against every element. So what you can do is you can either, if they come in a group where they're all in one group together, you can have Virginia use an elemental gem on them with Mystic, and it'll just insta-kill them. Or if they're not grouped up conveniently for you to be able to kill them all in one shot, you can have your other party members summon a guardian, such as Murgalt, or really any of the elemental guardians work, and it'll wipe the whole group of them instantly. And because you can run into groups of enemies with up to 6 enemies in them here, which gives you 6 independent chances to get dragon fossils, this is the best place to farm for dragon fossils. And there's a town right nearby where you can go rest and restore your material count to be able to resummon, which is what I'm doing. And the other nice thing about this Cloud Circus is that you, in the process of spamming your summons, you will end up raising your material count, so everybody will be able to summon more. So it's also a good way to farm material count, and you'll also get Gimmel coins from it, as well as mini carrots, which are really, really handy. The way that you start a battle with enough FP for Mystic is you get to level 25. The amount of FP you start the battle with is equal to your level. So if you're level 25, you'll start with 25 FP. If you're level 50, you'll start with 50 FP. And so on and so forth. But you don't even really need to use Mystic. As long as you have an Elemental Guardian on everyone, you can just have everybody summon Morgalt or Grudiev or any of the 4 starting Guardians that you get. And a single summon from one of those will wipe an entire group of these slimes. I'll show you their stats, actually, in the next battle, because I did scan them already. So, they're very weak. They have only 40 HP. And, again, they aren't completely immune to physical attacks, but they're weak to absolutely every element. So every one of your starting Elemental Guardians will insta-wipe them. Oh, and here we've got a nice convenient setup where they're all in one group. We've got A, B, C, and D. So what we can do here is have Virginia use a single Elemental Gem on them. And this is actually also a good way of earning money in the beginning of the game, Cloud Circus, because the Elemental Gems sell for 100 Gela each. And for every group that you wipe, every time you kill an enemy in this game with an elemental attack, you receive a gem of that element. You're guaranteed to get a gem. So we've got 37 ice gems right now. If we use 1 ice gem via Mystic on this group of 4 jelly blobs, then what happens at the end of the battle is we get 4 gems of whatever element we used to deal the killing blow. And this is actually a really handy way to multiply your gems, because if you finish an enemy with Gallows by having him use Extension on a group, then the gems are free, because you haven't spent anything to get them. But even if you use Virginia to do the same thing with Mystic, you're spending 1 gem, but you're getting back 4. So this is a really good way to multiply your elemental gems early on. And since I've been summoning Morgalt with Clive a lot, we've racked up a stupid amount of fire gems. We're almost at 99 by now. And we can then go sell these. We can sell a stack of these for 9,900 Gela, which is a pretty fat stack of cash in the beginning of the game. Although you're probably also going to want to keep some of these gems on hand, because they do have a use. And their use is, when you use them in battle, as you saw, they cast the elemental spell, the single target spell, of their corresponding element. But what that lets you do is, on a character like Virginia or Gallows who have higher magic, it basically lets them use spells of elements that they don't have equipped. So let's say Virginia has Morgalt, the Fire Guardian, equipped. But you've also got a bunch of ice and water gems in your inventory because you killed a lot of enemies by having Gallows either summon his Guardian or by casting ice or water spells. Well, if you run into an enemy that's weak against ice, and all Virginia has is her Fire Guardian, well, guess what? You've got a bunch of ice gems in your inventory that you can then have Virginia use with her high magic stat to use an ice elemental spell on the enemy. Oh, hell, Baconator! That sucks! That is terrible, and it certainly doesn't bode well for anything he was working on. Unfortunately, it's not surprising, because ruptured aorta is par for the course when you live such a high-stress lifestyle, and in Japan, especially in corporate jobs, they live one of the highest stress lifestyles anywhere on Earth. Yeah, no problem, Cloud Circus. I'm happy to have been able to help. Oh, it was on the 6th. Okay, that I did not know. I don't know why they took such a long time to report it. Hello, Koji104, welcome! What are we doing here? Okay, these are not grouped, so I'm going to use a summon on them because the summon will strike all enemies regardless of what groups they are or aren't in. No, Ghost Mutton, he wasn't, but honestly, I'm amazed Japan has such a long average life expectancy, considering how much they stress themselves out and work themselves into the ground. Alright, where are we at here? 38. So we've got 12 fossils to go. We're nearly there. And these are grouped, so we have a nice convenient way to kill them. Hello, Noabad, welcome! Well, Stephen Ellis, unless he left notes, unless he had a notebook with the basic outline of his plan for the rest of the series. Apparently so, Koji. Alright, hang in there, Red Hot Boss. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, and another material count for Gallows. Okay, so that answers my question. I guess you can indeed have a higher material count than 10. I don't remember where it maxes out, but I guess it's at least 10. Oh, Cloud Circus, there was another thing I meant to tell you. It is most efficient if you come here to farm dragon fossils after you acquire this Guardian, the Guardian of Luck, Chapapanga, and also after you acquire this item, the Robber's Ego, from a dungeon, which gives you the Disarm ability. Disarm, when you learn the when you've learned all 4 levels of it, it guarantees that whoever is equipped with it will always be able to open a treasure chest without the chest exploding or without triggering the trap. Although, by the time you can even acquire enough dragon fossils to get the Sandcraft, I'm pretty sure you'll already have been through the dungeon where you get the Robber's Ego. So, just remember to equip it and use it. And actually, there's something I want to try. Let's use one of the elemental rings to give an element to Jet on his physical attack. And let's see if that still actually kills this enemy, because... Nope, okay, so even if your physical attack has an element attached to it, it's still considered physical. And any resistance to physical supersedes a weakness to the element. Okay. Well, that's a shame, and also a missed opportunity. 11 to go. Nearly there. The harpoon is the least important part of the sandcraft, so we can leave that for last. But we definitely need to at least upgrade the engine so that we're not suffering an HP penalty. For having so much weight. Nine to go. Oh, but actually... Okay, Gallows has 2 material count left. That's fine, then. We'll just use him to clear the next couple of battles, and then we'll head back to Clybourne. And as luck would have it, we get a nice full battle. Ah, no fossils. I think we can start building up some water gems here as well, because we are a little bit low on those. And again, no dragon fossil. Did our luck suddenly tank or something? No, it's still best, apparently. Well, that seems to indicate pretty conclusively that the luck stat of your whole party does not necessarily have an impact on the item drops you get. It must just be the luck stat of whomever deals the killing blow. There we go. Eight more. Oh, whoops, I totally forgot. We are out of material count, and I was supposed to go rest. All right, then. Yeah, Dalo, we've heard from several people already. Apparently it happened earlier this month, but I guess it's just being announced. Although I don't know why they would have taken so long to announce it. I was gonna say, Dala, weren't you just here? Okay, I see. Yeah, I guess that's one of the more likely possibilities, Stark. I mean, we all need to get food, Dalo. But yes, I take your meaning. Ah, good, and we get a nice fat group of them. Dalo, I have a feeling that he was probably driving himself so hard working on Berserk that that might have contributed. It is also true that people smoke like chimneys in Japan. Tobacco is extremely, extremely prevalent over there. And that may also have contributed. Nobleman, I'm just speculating. Even if he wasn't, there would have been a tremendous amount of pressure on him in Japan, in that culture, to produce. And I believe I remember hearing or reading interviews of him where people were yelling at him and just being terrible to him and demanding him to finish it, but he wasn't in the headspace, and he was experiencing droughts of creativity and that kind of thing, right? It's like people treating you as a resource to just produce stuff. That's the impression I got, anyway, was that people were saying some not-so-nice things to him about his slow pace of progress. And that alone, in a country like Japan, where they take that sort of thing so seriously, that absolutely can affect somebody's health. It was also known that he never really had a healthy way of living. Okay, that I was not aware of, Jailhouse Lock. I only peripherally have familiarity with Berserk directly, or with Miura himself, but it doesn't surprise me to hear that. Again, Japan really is the land of contradictions. They have such a high average life expectancy, but they have so many unhealthy and self-destructive habits. Like how much they smoke, and how much they stress themselves, and the extremely strenuous society and social lives that they expect each other to lead. It's just, I don't know how they live that long sometimes. Nobleman, I'm pretty sure that's Americans who end up living a long time, they live that long out of spite. Because if fast food doesn't kill them, then... well, actually, forget that. I don't want to go down that road. But suffice it to say, I see spite as more of a an American technique for longevity. Well, American and French, if we're honest. Okay, Lynn, good night. Take care. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, and we got another material count for Jet. Excellent. I really need to do something about the material count values for Virginia and Jet. Jet especially, because he doesn't have a lot of magic attack power, so it's not really all that useful giving him summons that do damage. Jet and Clive in particular are better suited to Guardians that have indirect abilities like support spells and buffs. Hello, Tramer, welcome! Is it just me, or did we all of a sudden stop getting dragon fossils? We've got 6 to go, and it feels like the past several battles haven't dropped any. How are you doing, Tramer? I hope your morning is going well. Oh, okay, Jailhouse Lock. Interesting. That would go a long way toward a short life. Stark, I don't think that's what Nobleman was asking. If he was single, then it would have been more likely that he had an unhealthy lifestyle, because if he was married, if he had a wife or, you know, a partner, then he would have at least had somebody to cook vegetables for him or something. Or, you know, real food, maybe. Or, at any rate, somebody to yell at him to live a healthier lifestyle. Oh, gee, thanks, Nobleman. That, I feel a lot better. Hey, Sam, welcome back! I am indeed still at it, although fortunately I think we're nearly done with the farming part of this. How are you doing, Sam? It's so good to see you again. You must have just finished dinner, then, I take it. Well, since you're here, because I feel like I can't do this enough. Everybody please go follow my friend Sam, also known as Corgi Pasta. She is kind and sweet and friendly and adorable. And just an all-around great person. And you should follow her because she deserves it. Four more to go. That she does, Lord Louise, that she does. Ah, very good, Sam. Don't worry about it. Believe me, I can appreciate laggy connections. I live in Germany. I mean, I don't appreciate them, but I sympathize. And yet again, no more fossils. Sam, Germany is famous for having bad internet because the people in charge of upgrading internet infrastructure here are all very old and they don't understand or care about the importance of having good internet. So we are forever behind the rest of the civilized world in terms of our internet infrastructure. Alright. I know, Sam, right? We really need... Well, we need lots of things, but... we need some change is what we need. And I need some more dragon fossils. Actually, I only need 2 more, fortunately. And if we're lucky, we might get both of them from this battle, since there are a larger number of enemies. Well, we got one. One more battle then, and we'll be good to go. Yes, excellent. Yeah, you kinda have to when your weapon is a sawn-off shotgun, Sam. Alright, now... Excellent, there's our final dragon fossil. Aha! Oh, you mean checking for mimics, Lord Louise? Yeah. Gallows played so much Dark Souls that he was traumatized. Now he always attacks every treasure chest. None of us here have ever had that experience, have we? Zorza, I'm half tempted to ask you to define cute, but the other half of me doesn't want to know what your definition of cute is. Sam, I have to ask. You haven't, by any chance, attacked any of the treasure chests in Dark Souls 2 multiple times yet, have you? Because, that is probably one of the most unsporting and just downright rotten things the devs of that game did. Ah, you do know. Okay, Sam. Yeah, so... very, very unsporting of FromSoft on that one. And not only do they break, but whatever is inside gets destroyed. Wonder why they never brought that mechanic back in the later games. That honestly sounds like something that Shibuya would have designed. Although I don't know why they left it in. Alright, let me finish my tea here and we'll get... No, Fontes, they do not. Only in DS2. Ah, Sam, I have Earl Grey. And we actually have a command. Give me just a moment. Alright, hang on. There we go. I have a large amount of Earl Grey that I've been working on, but I'm getting to the point where I think I'm ready to switch to something else for a few days. I'm just drinking Earl Grey because that's what I have the most of on hand at the moment, and I don't know, maybe it's just me. I don't like using up the last of a supply of something that I only have a little bit of left. You know? And, I mean, during COVID, that might be a little bit more of a valid habit from the point of view of it's harder to get stuff during COVID or during a pandemic. But ordinarily, it's more because what if I have a guest and I want to serve my guest some of the really nice tea, but I can't because I drank it all? You know? Wait, I didn't mean to rest twice. Why did I rest twice? This is why I can't play games when I'm talking. Actually, maybe that's why, because I'm in the habit of saving multiple times. Because, you know, you need to make absolutely sure that you've saved, and just because you saved once doesn't mean you didn't imagine that you saved, so you have to save again. Somebody here knows what I'm talking about, right? Please tell me someone does. Oh, and actually, Sam, I meant to ask you, did you end up getting to order any tea? Were the coupons that I gave you any help? Yes, I struggle desperately to divide my attention when I'm playing a game, especially on stream. Even off stream, but on stream more than in any other situation. Well, Lord Luis, I've learned that lesson long enough ago that I now only buy teas that I like. But yes, I did used to have that problem a little bit more frequently. Because I would buy according to what was on sale, rather than according to what I actually wanted. Because money, you know? Hey, Soki! Ah, okay, Sam, gotcha. No problem, I was just curious. The codes aren't going to expire anytime soon, I don't think, so you're good to wait if you want to save up. Oh, okay, Lord Louise, gotcha. Yeah, I'm not terribly fond of ginger tea either, honestly. Alright. Now, let's get that Dragonheart Next Generation engine. Oh, yeah, this is much better. And the Singing Swallow. What are we looking at for the Soaring Falcon? 40 dragon fossils, 9,000 weight. So this will put us, bizarrely... This will put us 2,000 units over capacity for weight, even though we already have the ultimate engine. Yeah, Nexus Arc, we already did. Several people mentioned it at different times. Oh, good, and now we have to repair the ship. Great. No, that's alright, Nexus Arc. I appreciate your good intentions. No harm done. And under the circumstances, it's inevitable that multiple people are independently going to come into chat and assume that nobody has heard. Although, I feel like in situations like this, maybe the safe assumption would be, if you're dropping into chat for the first time, probably to assume that everybody has heard. Because somebody's going to mention it. Alright, I think this is probably as good as we're going to get for Sandcraft parts for a while, because I do not feel like going to farm 40 more dragon fossils right now. But I do want to go take her for a spin and see how the new equipment stacks up. And actually, in order to do that, since we've just saved, I think we can now... We can head east into open... Well, not water, but... certainly into much more dangerous territory. Ah! And this looks like a sufficiently strong enemy to test it on. Rough Alicia. Huh. Boy, the Gargantuan enemies out here certainly have unimpressive names. Alright, let's fire the main cannon and see how she does. Oh! Okay! That is about 5 or 6 times more damage than we were doing with the base level cannon. Alright, that's cool. I'll take that. Oh, actually, I think since there are tougher enemies over here... we should test it on the tougher enemies. Oh, it's one of these guys again. Honestly, I don't think these guys are terribly, terribly dangerous. Oh, I shouldn't have wasted that. And Ghost Mutton, thank you so much for the gift sub to Nexus Arc. Ah, way to whiff. Alright, let's try that again. And now we will fire and retract the harpoon. Hopefully it'll hit him. Yes, it did. And now it is time to... Oh, we don't have... We can't. We need 16 FP to fire the cannon. Great. And now it's going to break free. Or it's not. Okay. And now we get behind him because still by a miracle we're at close range. And let's let loose with everything we've got. This should be 8 rounds, I think. That did 800,000 damage. I think our Sandcraft is good to go for a little while. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of damage I like. Alright, let's go check the garden because we must be full up on potion berries by now. Alright then. Yes, indeed. Which means we can plant some holy roots. Perfect. And now we can go rest and save at Basker Colony because I don't want to have to go do that all over again. Oh hey, Roykman's here! Then again, I don't think he has anything we really need, and I don't think we have anything we can really sell. So we'll just take a little snooze. Just once this time, I promise. Oh, actually, I should show everybody what happens if you select not to continue playing, because I believe there's actually an animated outro, if I remember correctly. And a different song. They certainly did, Nikita. And actually, I think, this is a good opportunity for me to go get some dinner and also probably some sleep, because I just saw somebody hit the uptime command. Oh, Yami. Thank you, Yami. And I'm realizing we've been at it for 8.5 hours, which, it flew by, as the time tends to do when you're farming, but, hello, Waltz Queen. Hello, Agony of Fire. I'm sorry that you two are getting here when I'm, fixing to wrap up, but I think I am going to go raid my friend Felly at this juncture, and please stick around for the raid. Felly is a really, really nice girl, and right now she is playing Breath Edge. So let's go really make her evening or her morning, or I think it'll be evening where she is. And she also has some adorable dogs and cats who are the co-stars of her stream. So stick around for them as well. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Even those of you who just got here, once again, I apologize that you've arrived to a raid. But thank you once again for even just stopping by. And I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.